Hello, everyone. It is Wednesday, October 6th. It's the RambleCast. I'm here with Corbin. Say hi, Corbin.
Hello.
So yeah, it's unintentionally been a news week. Holy crap, things have happened this week. Lots of things have happened this week, and pretty much all of them are happening to really huge companies. Anyone who's looked at the title of this episode already knows exactly where I'm starting. Corbin, have you looked at the title?
Yeah. Now I have. But I mean, I already knew where you were going with this. It was either we were talking about Twitter or Facebook, or not Twitter, Twitch. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm sure. Technically, the screen share that I already picked out for this happens to be on Twitter. So, but yeah.
I'm sure they'll have a. I hope Twitter has a security leak soon, because I think they should be taken down a peg for denying my verification like 5 times.
They denied mine. What the hell are they thinking?
Justice for Cody and Corbin.
Did they not know who we are?
Yeah.
I mean, what's wrong with
We're the RambleCast hosts. They can't do this to us. Or you're the host and I join the call sometimes, and then you go on for several more hours.
Yes. And I'm the teardown guy. You know, the one who hasn't written a teardown in a good long while. But still, I'm the teardown guy. You know, the one who took it over from Ron. It's so much funnier when you qualify extensively. No, anyway. And, well, okay, you're the deals guy?
Don't call me that. I don't go by that name.
I had to. So I don't know what would you go by right now?
I continue to go. Yeah, I'll take Tech Tales guy. Yeah.
Okay.
And the Twitter account for that has like 60 followers, so I'm definitely an influencer. So
I'm gonna leave that alone. Oh, we torture each other. It's unfun. But yeah, anyway, so Twitch. I mean, I'll just start by saying cheers. I can't lie. After Twitch pulled some BS with me, I've got no love for them. It's not like I would feel sympathy for a big multi-billion-dollar company that's notoriously been kind of terrible to other industries and terrible to people on its own platforms. This also applies to Amazon, obviously, not just Twitch. But under the circumstances, like, I can kind of cheer for this just a little bit. I can be petty.
I'm checking to okay. I'm checking to find out if I ever put my phone number into Twitch to see if I'm affected. I don't remember if I gave them my phone number or not. I know Amazon keeps asking me for it every time I log in with my 2-factor app. They're like, hey, you should put in phone number as a backup. I'm like, no, don't ever say that to me ever again.
Thank you for the recommendation. I appreciate it. Now go away.
Yeah. This feedback has been evaluated and will now be tossed in the garbage.
You know, it occurs to me. Twitch actually is violating terms of service and privacy laws. I didn't think about this before. Because I can't log in. So I can't even go in to delete my account.
Yeah.
I can't go in to change anything or remove a phone number or anything like that. I literally cannot log in. So,
Okay, good. I never gave them my phone number. Excellent.
I think I have. I'm not really sure. I know I had 2-factor authentication turned on. Not that that matters a whole lot if someone breaches the entire system, but still.
And like, it probably takes like a total of 7 seconds to find out what my phone number is with any other information about me. So it's like, I can't.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say I don't think it really matters, but
yeah, all I can do is limit the spread by not giving my phone number to Amazon. Jeff doesn't need my phone number.
What if he does? Have you considered that?
What would Jeff call me about? I don't really want to go into space on his dick spaceship, and I don't really want to work at Amazon, so I don't know what we would have to talk about. Maybe
if he wanted to give you a personal invite to bring Tech Tales onto Audible, or no, wait,
Amazon is on
podcasts. Is it Amazon podcast? Whatever.
It's Amazon Music and Audible. They share the same backend. Yeah.
All right.
It's like Google Play or Google Play Movies. I think that's what it's called, and like YouTube purchases, like it's the same.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is on there. So I don't. If you want to, boost the numbers, that'd be great. He could maybe give me some cool tax evasion tips, because I pay a lot in taxes every year.
More than he does.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think it's probably. Nice. I think that's actually specifically been verified.
Yeah, I'm sure if you like go back like 10 years, probably. I think now they're getting smart, and now they do like a somewhat normal amount of taxes, not like proportional to their wealth.
Oh, no.
Certainly. But now it's like $1 million of taxes instead of like 12 cents.
I believe, who was it? Somebody paid $1 in taxes. I don't know if there was any change involved, but
it was you.
Some billionaire did actually. I mean, I paid 0 in taxes a couple times, but that doesn't count.
Can't pay taxes if you're broke. Let's go.
Yeah. Sadly, that's exactly it. But no, actually, the sad part is you can absolutely pay taxes when you're broke. Joys. But what was I gonna say? I don't know. Anyway, so the Twitch leak, there are, well, hack. Everyone's calling it a leak or kind of mixing words. I mean, this is a hack of some kind. Someone managed to break in, or at least the people who are, or whoever, person, whatever, is taking credit for this. They didn't seem to be unclear on this. This was some kind of a hack. They managed to break into Amazon's systems, or Twitch's systems, however you want to frame it. And they managed to get some sort of payout list, which is presumably current. I'm assuming this comes from a database, but let's be honest, it could have come from documents or something, not an actual database.
I think if I saw their like, I don't know if they use Git, but like their like source repository.
Yeah, I was going to get to that too.
So,
yeah, source repo for all of Twitch. So presumably somebody who really, really wants to use a bunch of Amazon services and pay for them could spin up their own Twitch clone right now, and it will connect to like 100 Amazon servers and make it very, very expensive for you to run such a clone, but you could do it. I'm just gonna guess right now, no one's actually gonna do that. Just
no,
because.
I think if you tried, Jeff would send at least one assassin to your house, almost certainly.
It'll still take like 2 days.
Yeah. Oh no, they're coming from the Whole Foods. It's gonna be faster.
Oh
yeah,
we're in trouble.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like how I think the source code most of the source code for Windows up to like XP or something has been leaked on more than one occasion. So like you could build a Windows fork at this point. Microsoft would absolutely target a missile at you from orbit if you tried to release that, but you could.
Yeah.
Which is really funny for projects like React OS, which try to do that, and they have to tell all their developers, like, you better not fucking look at that leak code, because then we'll be in trouble.
Yeah. But, yeah, so, in theory, this is part 1, and yeah, it included source code for all of Twitch, which I do want to specifically come back to that. The payouts for a bunch of people, supposedly, there is more, but they haven't really revealed how much is coming in quote-unquote part 2. And I don't think they were specific if there was multiple parts beyond, like, a part 2 or what, but they just said this is part 1. Anyway, regarding the code, I gotta say, the biggest thing here is it's worthless. And I know that sounds like a dumb thing to say, but it is. Realistically, what matters here really isn't the code. Sure, people can poke at the code, security researchers are going to look at it, and I think there's something to be said there. There are going to be hackers looking at it, people looking to exploit it. There will be a lot getting poked at. But strictly speaking, no one's going to take this code and run their own competing service with it. I mean, maybe some random group in some foreign country. I pick foreign country because C&D orders aren't going to apply there. But yeah, someone might spin up their own cheap competitor service there. But the reality is, what makes Twitch valuable is not their code. What makes Twitch valuable is the deals that they have with streamers, the fact streamers keep coming back there, all the money that they have behind it, and all the people who keep visiting twitch.com. Nobody cares about anything else. Honestly, owning twitch.com, the DNS, is worth way more than any of the code that just came out. That registration that Amazon keeps paying, what, $12 a year to own, is worth more than all that code that just came out.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, it's the same thing if, like, the source code for the Google Play Store was leaked, right? Like, there's no magic algorithms that people want to pay attention to. It's actually, really all...
Go ahead and finish, but I'm going to totally refute this.
You know, I know there's services where part of the reason they're so compelling and they have a huge amount of market share is because of proprietary code. Like, I think probably the best example of this right now is TikTok, where I don't know if the US government has, but there are a lot of governments around the world who have been really wanting to get their hands on the algorithm code for TikTok. And the same thing Facebook's going through, where the recent Facebook whistleblower was making the case that Facebook specifically drives people to
hate
content that's not good,
controversial, conflict oriented.
Yeah, and stuff like that would be a lot easier to I don't know what not control or regulate if they knew exactly what the algorithms were doing. But Twitch and a lot of these other platforms, like, I think really, again, like you said, most of the value comes from their market position. They've just been the place to stream stuff for like a decade. Mm-hmm. And even if you took the code, and even if it was legal to take the code and spin it up on your own distribution, you would still have so much work ahead of you. It doesn't really help anyone. I think really all we're going to get out of this is we're going to get a few funny bits about how Twitch maybe has some bad security practices. I think, I'm sure someone will find like, oh, cool, this important database was just an Excel spreadsheet somewhere. I think we'll get maybe a few interesting insights to how videos get sorted. I think obviously the main takeaway most people are getting from this is how much money streamers are making. But none of that is really surprising either. Like if I don't know how many people on YouTube have done like vlog tours of their own mansions they bought because they were a YouTuber. Like none of this is shocking at all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, most of the value with Twitch is not the source code. If I spun up a Twitch.tv 2 right now, it would not magically become a success.
Well, in theory, purely in theory, and I'm just gonna say this is dumb, but in theory, this would stop you from having to do the development work required to spin up Twitch 2, which an argument could be made for that. But I have a counter argument. Twitch sucks. I mean, their chat system sucks. Their video streaming capabilities honestly were terrible. YouTube's are profoundly better. Everybody agrees on this. The only thing Twitch kind of has going for it is a couple seconds slower latency. And I mean, honestly, everyone listening right now, hey Austin, everybody listening right now has heard me on Twitch, and you remember with low latency mode, or no latency, or whatever they called it, I still had, seriously, like, what was it, 10-15 second delays, if not more. Sometimes it got up to 30 seconds, and that's, again, with no latency mode turned on. There's something going on there. They're bad at this. So, honestly, I don't think anybody actually wants to run Twitch's software. It's bad. Like, legitimately terrible. I mean, there's worse, but seriously, I've heard of like cam sites that have better latency than Twitch does. Anyway, as far as what I think will happen as a result of this code coming out, I think there will be a little bit more. I think there are going to be some people who make hacks, like exploits for attacking channels. Some people I think are going to make mods or bots that are actually useful for channels. I think there will be a few things revealed that are like, hey, here's a secret feature that nobody knew was supported in chat. That kind of stuff. And once that stuff's out, I have a feeling a few people will actually make legitimately good use of these code drops. So that's something. So there will be good, there will be bad. The thing is, though, I think those impacts are going to be really limited. For what it's worth, most of it's going to be pretty trivial. A lot of the stuff that people would find to exploit, it's all going to be kind of protected by firewalls anyway. A few things will happen, and I bet Twitch will find out about them and patch them up. Not super quickly, but quickly enough. So, there will be things happening as a result, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Just like, I know that this sounds kind of terrible, but think about all the times that there have been databases exploited, and suddenly like all of people's email addresses and passwords got leaked. You know how many times that's ever actually made a difference? Like how many times someone has gone through and attacked like millions of sites trying all the passwords and email combos that they ripped out of a database? I mean, it has happened, but it doesn't. Not very often. So, these kinds of things honestly just don't usually have results. They can, they just don't.
Yeah, usually the big issue here when you have code for a major platform that gets out is it makes the job of finding, obtaining access later potentially easier. Like, I know this is the big concern every time there's a Windows source leak, because there's a very good chance that a lot of the code in those leaks are still present in Windows, and people can use that to create malware or viruses or whatever. But except for all the malware that the CIA gets to make because Microsoft shares the code with them. But potential,
I'm sure they get a good tax break for that.
Yeah, other potential nation states creating vulnerabilities, I guess. I only want good old-fashioned American viruses on my computer, thank you.
Yes. Corbin, they're not called viruses. They're called rootkits.
Lenovo has entered the chat.
Sony too.
Yeah.
Oh man. Sony putting a rootkit on a music CD. That's an old one, but
yeah.
Yikes.
Computers were a mistake.
Oh. If I know that this is totally off topic and random, but you saying that just now popped up at exactly the same moment that I read one of our writers at AP just got logged out of the system while I was writing again.
Oops.
Yeah. I'm feeling like he thinks computers are a mistake too. But really quick, I do want to go back to what you said earlier, because you picked one example that is just the perfect one to pick out. If the Play Store code were to leak, and I'm gonna make one assertion here, that we're not talking about just like the websites, like the straight code for the website, because yeah, that's pretty much worthless. I'm gonna presume that it's the same kind of leak that just happened with Amazon, and we're talking about all of the Play Store stuff, which includes, I forget the name of it, but I think it was called Bulldog, or maybe it was Bouncer. I don't know. The various security things that they had that scanned APKs, checked for viruses and malware, and looked for other exploits in the code, things like that. There are a lot of companies right now that would kill to get their hands on this. And knowing the security methods that Google is using and being able to test this stuff like on your own, or be able to look for it, like being able to just look for loopholes in their system, that would be worth so much more to people. So I will say there are definitely cases where source code can be worth quite a bit, and that, you, like I said, you just happen to pick a poor example. There are, compare that with, let's say, Twitter. I don't think anyone really cares about Twitter's source code getting out.
Yeah. I mean, there's
again, I don't think anyone would want to run Twitter source code.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's already like things that are open source that do almost everything Twitter does. So if you really want to spin up your own Twitter, you go download the source code from Mastodon and you go find a web server, and there you go.
Yeah.
You got it.
I remember back when app.net came into existence.
Oh yeah.
I remember all these people going, "Oh my God, this is our way out of Twitter. This is our way to get away from the terribleness that is Twitter." And while I agree with that sentiment, not with app.net per se, but I agree with the idea of getting away from there. I gotta say, app.net really, like, it just sparked a whole bunch of other people to say, hey, we're gonna start up our own Twitters. At which point, like, it became a big joke. All of a sudden, a ton of college students all popped up saying, yeah, I re-implemented Twitter in a weekend. Yeah. And pretty much everyone was right. Like, it is a very easy thing to do.
Yeah, especially early Twitter was was a lot. Like now it's sort of basically just Facebook, but with a different design.
I'd say
But
it's still a lot simpler than that.
yeah, but especially even just going back a couple of years ago, you had a character limit, so for a while Twitter didn't even host images. Like you could upload besides profiles. Like you wouldn't even have that big of a database.
For a long time, they didn't even do URL shortening.
Yeah. So like it would be pretty easy to recreate early Twitter. Now it would be a little bit more intense, but yeah. I don't think I used app.net. I remember it existing, but I don't think I ever made an account. I remember using Google Buzz. I remember there was some other like Twitter like thing that I can't remember. I don't know if it was GNU Social, which is still around, but no one wants it, or something else. But yeah, I mean these come up, but Twitter just has the it has the user base.
Yeah, and that really is the whole thing. Having the user base and having the domain name that people just keep coming back to. This is really what matters. I mean, realistically, name every social network you can, and realistically, if somebody were to get, and I say this very sincerely, if somebody were to get a hold of their domain name and promptly put something in there that is interesting and useful to people in some capacity, even if it's just another social network, somehow someone just imagine someone takes over Twitter and they show up like Johnny on the spot. They're like, nope, we've got this new social network, we now own the Twitter domain name, they can't get it back through whatever magic we pulled, so yeah, we've now got this other thing here. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I would actually bet real money that site would remain popular, or that domain name would remain popular. People would continue visiting. If nothing else, I bet a bunch of people would sign up just purely because they're curious. What will this turn into? What's going to come of this? Will this thing be good? If someone managed to get it, they must have some idea what they're doing. And I'm not saying that, I'm saying that as someone who's visiting. Honestly, I really think in large part, if you can just somehow get these things, their notoriety carries them far more than what's already in place.
Yeah, I think you're right that in the end from this leak, we're mostly just going to get a couple of interesting insights into how Twitch operates, and that's really it. Like one of those, actually, I just noticed Kotaku published an article, and the headline is only 3% of Twitch's top earning streamers are women, which is interesting, especially because most of the criticism of Twitch as a platform has been
that sex streamers are
that they're like taking over everything, and I don't think you can define 3% as taking over.
Okay, I will agree on that, but I will throw a bit of a curveball. When you look at the statistics in that format, it looks very bad. But I bet if you were to take, well, okay, I wouldn't bet, but I've got a suspicion that if you took all of the earnings off of not the top 100 streamers, but let's say the top 10,000 streamers, I bet that suddenly flips way differently. I'm not going to say women suddenly take over, but I have a feeling it jumps from 3% to probably like 40, 50, maybe higher. But I bet it goes really, really high up because, you take your top earners and it's going to be Tfue. It's going to be, I think FaZe Clan's still on there. It's going to be, obviously, Critical Role is the top name. Everyone's taking notice of that. Yeah, you're gonna look on there right now, and you're gonna see these mega earners, and they're all kind of their own big brands. But then you have a ton and a half of hot tub streamers, which I think is no longer a thing. I don't remember what their last statement was. But you take a bunch of what do I want to call them? PG-13 streamers, maybe? I don't know. You take a bunch of those, and I bet they all fall just below the top 100 list. Maybe not top 100, but again, like top 10,000. I bet they become very, very prominent in those numbers. So
yeah,
they're just not the very top.
And also the numbers we have are strictly how much money they're getting through Twitch. And and basically every Twitch streamer has some alternative means of income, because
the game
streamers,
all,
yeah, like it's all so unreliable, especially with YouTube. You know, how many YouTube accounts have a Patreon or a PayPal link somewhere or something, or merch?
Yeah. Well, and also, sorry, I corrected saying game streamers, but yeah, I should have also said all of the adult streamers or semi-adult, they all have OnlyFans. And that's a generalization. Obviously, not every one of them does, but a ton of them do, and all the top earners on Twitch likely do. Yes, Corbin does in fact have an OnlyFans. If you go there, be prepared for some weird stuff. It's sick.
No, it's just videos of me trying to put together computers and then like accidentally hurting myself, and that's it.
Okay, tell them the full truth. While you're putting together computers, you're wearing a big turtle shell. We're talking full Ninja Turtle stuff, bro.
It's for storage. Where do you think I keep all the iFixit kits? Huh?
Yep. Well, and your NAS drive.
Yeah.
He has a backpack NAS drive.
Don't talk to me about the NAS. That's a whole. That it's looking at me over there. I have it unplugged right now because I need to do work on it, and it's a whole thing.
Okay. Touched a sore spot there.
Yeah. It's like one of those things where like I'm like, okay, I'll just do it like this week, and I know it's gonna be like probably several days of something fixing it, and then it just kind of sits there for 6 months.
That's rough.
And yeah, because I need to like reinstall everything and do it again, but like it's so finicky that like I'm worried as soon as I touch anything, like all the data is just gonna wipe itself. So yeah. It would be cool if, Google didn't kill their service that just let you dump MP3s on cloud and stream it. That'd be cool.
Yeah, really. Well, they didn't. They technically killed one version of that service, but you can still upload all of it to YouTube and get your DMCA strikes.
Yes, that's what I live for.
No. Anyway, so what was I gonna? I had some thought I was gonna make fun of, but I lost it. Really quickly to Austin's last comment. Quote, you say that, but Facebook is probably building their clone Twitch right now. I mean, they already did. Facebook already has their video service that's like a distant whatever that Mixer handed off to. And they've been doing live video for ages. I still get notifications every once in a while when The Rock does a live stream, so... I wish I was kidding about that. I think I unfollowed him because of this or something. I was just getting too many dumb notifications. I just get too many dumb notifications from Facebook anyway. But
yeah, I need to go on another notification purge here soon.
Me too.
Far too many things are You know what pisses me off is I have the Target app on my phone, and even though I have explicitly told them do not give me push ads, they're still giving me push ads. And they don't use notification channels because of course not. And the app is also required if you want to do a pickup. So it's like, cool. If I know if I do like a little bit of work, I can just block the notifications and then set up something special for when they send me an email that I have a pickup ready. But again, it's stupid. That's probably one of my least favorite UX trends over the past decade is that companies would like the notification shade to be advertising, and that is the word. That's the worst. It's terrible.
Yep. No,
you already ruined email. You don't do this to me.
I actually just uninstalled an app today, which, to be fair, I only had installed for a few days, but this was supposed to be a fairly credible app. I'm not going to name names, but it was supposed to be a reasonably credible app.
It's Twitch.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But
it'd be really funny is if it'd be really funny if someone hosted the Twitch code on GitHub and then people started making pull requests to fix Twitch.
Honestly, I think that's going to kind of happen one way or another.
Yeah. Just push a change. Hey, I rewrote your backend in Rust. You're welcome.
Yeah, really. Hey, we fixed your weird delays issue.
Yeah.
Now people aren't going to fall behind by like 45 minutes.
I'm going to make the pull request. It's like, this allows the chat to show messages from before you open the page. Breathtaking functionality.
Hey, never would have imagined that.
Yeah.
God, Twitch sucks so much. Oh geez. Anyway, but yeah, so really quickly finishing that thought from earlier, this app started basically showing not ads, but it was over promoting itself. And in doing so, I decided, okay, I'm just going to block. I'm going to look at your like notification channels and block some of them. When I look, the notification channels were literally named 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like, no, not happening. Screw you guys. You're not doing this crap. And so I could have blocked momentarily I did block all notifications from the app. And then I saw one or two other things in there and it's like, you know what? Nah, I'm just done with you. Uninstall. So, but yeah, behave well on a platform. Don't be bad. It's kind of like websites that you visit and your very first time visiting without even browsing the page at all. It says, hey, would you like to get notifications?
Ugh.
No.
Yeah. Do you want to sign up for a newsletter?
Yeah, do not ask me this until you're actually until I've at least had time to see your page. And and at that point, even then, don't ask me until there's a reason for me to want notifications. I'll tell you what, if I buy something or if I click on a thing that says, hey, I want to see deals from you. Okay, at that point, ask me if I want notifications. I'd be willing to see this dialogue at that stage. But don't just there's no other time I should be seeing it.
Yeah. And every single study that looks at this stuff shows that 99% of people click deny on those kinds of prompts.
Yep.
I think it was Firefox that published numbers on this, but that's the usual pattern, and that's also why Chrome and I think Firefox have criteria you have to match before you can even show the install app prompt. where like you have to interact with a website a certain number of times. You have to like tap on something, like you can't just load the page and then bombard them with a pop-up. Same thing used to apply to auto playing media. I don't know if they changed that because this was like 2 or 3 years ago, but they did the same thing there because websites were getting a little too trigger happy with auto playing video, and then Chrome changed it to I know at some point Firefox, I think, disabled it by default, just flat out you can't do it. Chrome was a little bit more flexible, where it did the same like permission system, where you could have autoplay video if like the person had used the site pretty frequently. So like YouTube would probably have autoplay for most people, but not other places.
Yeah, I can see and get that. In general, I would also say if the auto-playing video is actually embedded in the page and not like floating or something like that, that's a semi-reasonable stance to take. I'm of course thinking about a site that I may have some association with that currently, or at least sometimes, does have auto-playing videos that float. Oh boy, not loving this Valnet acquisition, just saying. Anyway, so moving back to other things. Let's see. Man, my train of thought, I had some other thing I was gonna say, and it wasn't there. I was hoping it'd come back to me. It'll probably come back in like an hour. But I don't know. Do we have anything else on Twitch? Any other?
No, I'm sure there's going to be more stuff as people comb through it. There's going to be a couple more funny insights, but yeah. I know there's that whole...
If nothing else, I will say though, I feel like this after... Okay, actually, I guess I do have one other angle on this. But this one's pretty quick. I have a funny feeling that after this and the whole hot tub streaming and various other sex related stuff, and the assortment of bans, the fact that they haven't been able to work out the music DMCA issues, even though they have supposedly come to some sort of an agreement with the record labels, but that agreement has no actual changes or results. You start adding all this stuff up, and honestly, at this point, I do kind of think that this is just one more brick in the wall kind of a thing, or one more straw on the camel's back. Like, this has to be incentivizing people to look elsewhere. Twitch just keeps having bad news after bad news after bad news, and I'm really getting that feeling that pretty soon people are just going to be like, nah, we're done. We don't want this anymore. And where they'll go, I don't know. But
I don't know. I don't know if I buy it. It's like Twitter. It's like Twitter and Facebook. Everyone agrees those websites are complete shitholes. But it has the network effect.
I mean, you say that, but, and I know that you're gonna laugh or think I'm at least full of it when I say this, but bear with me a second. It happened with YouTube. Now, it's not like YouTube's dead. Obviously, YouTube's doing great. But let's be honest. Patreon, not OnlyFans, but Patreon at least, exists because YouTube was failing so many people. Raising their requirements to even get a monetized channel, tweaking stuff so that you had to have certain follower accounts just to even have access to some features that honestly everybody should have just had. You start adding up a lot of stuff, and a whole bunch of people are like, you know what? YouTube's just going to be our advertising platform that gets people over to our Patreon. or over to our whatever other service. It already happened there, and other services came into existence mostly because YouTube was failing people. I feel like Twitch is just repeatedly kind of telling people, hey, if you can do a good, or if you aren't one of our top streamers, we're going to fail you. And even if you are one of our top streamers, well, we don't have very good security, so we might be failing you again. And, we're kind of bad at preventing hate, like attacks on our channels. We're kind of terrible at this. We're kind of terrible at that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like someone else out there, all they have to do is put up a decent thing and have the money to back it. And it's entirely possible that Twitch will... Again, I don't think it's going to kill Twitch, not by a long shot. I think Twitch is here to stay for pretty much as long as this is a viable business. But I think that they keep making room for somebody else. Someone else is going to come along and put up something, and it's going to start attracting business.
Yeah, I think maybe the angle here is that there won't be like a Twitch replacement, but there might be something that is more fair to people creating stuff, and it fixes it answers like a niche that one of these big platforms serves, but isn't very good at. Like I know on the YouTube side there are a lot of like educational channels that have started either they help own it or run it, or they just also publish their content there to places like Curiosity Stream, which is mostly stuff from YouTube channels, not necessarily like I know like a lot of them.
Well, they post a lot of original stuff to Curiosity Stream, but
it's not like a one-to-one. Yeah, it's not like a one-to-one clone of the content.
But yeah, almost every channel that you'd find on Curiosity Stream is also a channel on YouTube.
Yeah, so I could see something like that happening, where maybe there's like a dedicated a Twitch site that really hones in on one of the more popular categories on Twitch, maybe. Especially because Twitch, like YouTube, is sort of just a catch-all for everything at this point. It really stopped being gaming focused a long time ago. So I think you could probably make a market competitor that is aimed at one of those areas.
See, now I was thinking very much about that. I was actually gonna I was going to originally say, seeing as Twitch still really features gaming predominantly, you've got a whole bunch of like artistic types, and this can be anything from music to people who do painting, even getting into stuff like body painting, or one of the channels that I used to watch before I got banned was this guy who went on every like stupid early in the morning and did vector graphics. He would just sit there with Adobe Illustrator and make vector graphics, and he was awesome. The thing is, from what I understand, Twitch, a lot of these people don't really care for Twitch just because it's kind of not the right environment for them, and it's not the right tool set and features and everything else. That being said, I could see them wanting to go, but then as I was thinking about that to myself, it also turned around to, you know what? I think a whole lot of people probably... I think a lot of gamers look at Twitch and say, yeah, this isn't serving me well because, one, it's overcrowded, but two, a lot of gamers want to have music playing, not the game's music. And because Twitch is so bad about music licensing issues and DMCA takedowns, that's not really a good thing either. So it's going really bad directions all over the place, and Twitch has not been making good moves to sort of try to correct this stuff. I mean, at the size of Twitch, they should be able to make a lot of these issues better much faster, and they're really not.
Yeah, I don't. This stuff is really hard to predict because it's. I don't know. I think at a certain point, like, you can just be the worst platform in existence, and you can still coast along and make a lot of money.
Okay, quit talking about Elo.
Oh, I forgot about Elo.
I can never forget about Elo.
I think that was the Twitter clone I had for a little while instead of app.net. I think I was on Elo.
Elo is not really a Twitter clone. Elo was the artist oriented thing, and it wasn't really Twitter. It was kind of like if Instagram and Facebook had a very ugly minimalist baby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
you're loading up Elo, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm trying. Does it still exist?
Yeah, Elo.co.
Do I have a login?
Oh, I switched. I was just gonna connect to my account too, because unsurprisingly, I have been logged out since. Okay, so they at least now have actual images up. Let's accept the stupid data policy. It used to be when you visited the site, like it was as bare bones as could be. So what notifications have I received?
I'm not logged into Chrome on my computer, so if I have a password from when I used Chrome as my browser all the time, then let's see. Does Chrome have a saved password for me?
Oh god. Okay, so one of the problems that has happened for ages with Elo is that you get a ton of like horny accounts following you.
Okay.
But the number of followers that I've been getting has really dropped off. Apparently, I just got one 5 days ago, and then I got one 7 months ago. So, all right, I don't know this person.
Yeah.
No idea, and don't know that. But neither of them are horny accounts, so that's good. How about this one? Nope. Yeah, no idea who any of these people are, but that's fine. Let's see. And
I don't have an account saved, and I don't seem to have a public profile. So I guess if I had it, I deleted the account at some point.
I still definitely have both. So yeah, maybe you just never joined.
No.
Very notably, I do still have 2 posts on here, and both of them have still fairly low view counts, but I'm okay with that. Seeing as I only did 2 text posts, basically both saying, hey, the first one was, hey, I guess it's time I check out Elo. And then the second one was...
cricket noises.
Oh, no. The second one's worse. It came... these don't have dates on them or something? Seriously? They don't have dates? What the... Okay. Anyway, the second one was... it starts with a sentence. Okay, it's been something like 4 years since my one and only other post here. I thought it was time to post something, even if it's just going to be in the form of a question for anybody that happens to be following me. Nobody ever responded. But yeah, it was basically, should I actually use Elo? Is anyone following? Does anyone give a crap? Is this worth using? And the answer was basically no. But it did somehow get 500 views.
Okay. Well, that's a start.
Oh, and 18 likes. People liked it, but no one commented or responded. I think if anything, I probably just drove a few more people to follow me on Instagram. At least on Instagram, I posted a couple of pictures. Not enough. I need to use my Instagram account so much more.
I deleted mine several years ago.
My Instagram account only has 2 pictures posted, which I actually will be posting some more soon. But one of them was a goofy, like, Halloween picture that I actually took one-handed with my phone I set up the whole thing one-handed, because I had my cat sleeping on my lap, so I couldn't get up, and I forget why, but my other hand was, I think, holding her or something. Anyway, yeah, I did the whole thing one-handed. I think the story of this picture is actually better than the picture itself, but I did this whole, like, the Android figurines. Here, I'll actually paste the link into chat. Oops.
Okay.
So anyone who's not following me, you're also welcome to follow the least active Instagram account, short of Corbin's.
Oh, I forgot I network block Facebook stuff.
You schmuck.
I don't want that garbage on my home network, Cody.
No, I get that. I can't say I blame you. I didn't say it was a bad decision. No, anyway. Well, if you wanted, you could just look at the stream.
Okay.
I have it up there. That way you don't have to unblock. Okay.
Let me just find wherever YouTube put my subscriptions button. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's fun.
But yeah, I took the Android miniatures. The background to this is actually my widescreen monitor, and I used one phone to shine a light on them to create the shadows, and another phone to actually take the picture. And I thought that was kind of a neat Halloween touch. I feel a little bad that the white paws on the black cat are blown out, and there's kind of something weird happening with the hand of the witch. But aside from that, yeah, it was just kind of a fun, goofy picture that I thought suited the holiday. And then the other I have is, of course, a watch that I shot, which not necessarily my greatest picture ever, far from it, in fact, but the amount of editing I had to do to get this perfect was bizarre. There are several pictures stacked here. This is like this is composite craziness.
Yeah.
I think
those are always fun when, like, it's not even the end result is like neat, but it's like I made this from nothing.
Well, in order to get the bezel looking the way it does, I actually lit that watch from like 6 or 7 different angles and layered each of those shots. The screen, let's see, is this screen? Yeah, the screen is a real picture of the screen, but I had to really change the exposure and shoot it differently to get it looking right. Otherwise, I almost used a screenshot instead. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I had to do to get this thing perfect, but I wanted to. Like, you know, sometimes you just want to do a really good shot. The background of a pair of jeans probably wasn't the best choice. I wish I'd gone with something else, but that's what I had handy. And I'll be shooting another watch in a few days.
I probably need to get some kind of image gallery thing up again, just so I have somewhere nice to show my pictures that I'm somewhat proud of. So I was using something Pixel. I
remember you telling me about it. It was the like Mastodon version of Instagram.
No, that's Pixel Fed. I still have that. I just need to actually use it more. But before that, it was kind of like Flickr, and it started being more geared towards like professional photographers selling their photos, and that's not how I was using it. So,
oh damn it! Is this the one where like you can order someone's pictures on like mugs and stuff like that? Kind of a smug mug, but
I don't think
different.
so.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm okay. Scrolling through an article about Flickr competitors. It's got to be one of these.
Gotta be.
Who put Google Camera on here? That's not
Jeez.
that's not a hosting service. Oh, 500 px. That's what it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't really know the reasons, but I've heard a lot of professionals saying that they are extremely done with 500px.
Yeah, they've. When I was about to delete my account, they were in the middle of some not fun stuff. Like I believe at some point they removed the ability to set your own license for photos. So of course mine were all like MIT or whatever the license is, which is like do whatever you want. I really don't care. Just have my name on it somewhere. Not that anyone's probably gonna steal my pictures from 5 years ago of a beach shoreline taken on a Moto G, but you know.
You say that, but
yeah, maybe someone weird. But then I think if I remember correctly, at some point they changed it where there was really only like a 500 pixel license and like a 500 pixel commercial license, and I believe both of those were like the service can use your photos for whatever it want, which is just what like Facebook does.
yeah.
Well, so wasn't
every site has some sort of policy to that effect.
Yeah. And then also at some point they made it really difficult to like download your photos back, that's always fun. So I was kind of like, I don't need to use this anymore.
Yeah.
So I've been using PixelFed. It's nice, but the image quality isn't amazing because it's supposed to be like free software Instagram. So it's more meant as like a social network, not a here's the full res dump of my 12 megapixel photo. But you know, it's fine.
To be fair, I wouldn't exactly want those out there because I still want to hold on to originals and not let someone freely swipe them, which I don't know, that's probably not that necessary, but I still feel to some extent like keeping stuff protected. Yeah, I don't know. I also still put copyright information in the metadata for all my photos, and as we know, some of that has gotten stripped out, so who knows. Sites don't always, or various users of photos are not necessarily the most honest. It's funny if you follow news postings from like DP Review, F Stoppers, trying to think who the others are. Damn it, I've got like 3 names all on the tip of my tongue and I can't think of the others. Anyway, all of the photo like photography news sources, exactly like the Android sites, but not the Android sites. All of them are telling stories over and over again about how or like every week there's a new story about, hey, such and such just got sued because they used a photo that they didn't have rights to. And it's everything from some major company ripped off like a photo from some social network and decided to use it in a marketing campaign, or some celebrity that saw a picture that they liked that was taken of them, and they were like, I can just use this for free, I'll repost this wherever, and then they do, and they end up getting sued by the photographer. And it's like, yeah, rights are rights, guys, there's still ownership here.
Yeah.
And the amazing thing, when you see how much you can get for one of those lawsuits, dude, you want someone stealing your photos. Like, if you catch them, it is an open and shut case. You will win, and you make huge money. Like, you want someone stealing your photo.
How many of those has smartphone manufacturers paid out? Like, yeah,
They are
like, you know how many articles I've there's been so many articles I've either written or read over the years. It's like Samsung was using a picture. Well, I guess this isn't stealing. Yeah, that's when they like pay for the rights to a photo and then mislead people. Yeah, that's true.
They're not even paying for the rights. They're actually buying, or they're paying for a photographer to go in there, take a picture, and then they claim the picture was taken with their phone. And like, this is a paid photographer going in. They know exactly what's going on. So yeah, that's definitely not theft. It's just lying to customers.
Yeah, the business side is legit, not the consumer facing side.
Yes, the marketing is total BS. And like at least half of those have tried to say, oh no, we didn't realize that the marketing firm did this. No, the marketing firm's the evil one. Yeah, sure. No way was anyone else involved. No one would do that.
Yeah.
But yeah. I think smartphone companies by and large are not doing anything in terms of stealing. However, several of them have been known to use stock photography and then make heavy modifications. What was that one that just... Oh, Razer, I think. Was it Razer? No. Ace... Maybe it was Asus. Somebody just got in hot water because they replaced a black kid playing a video game with a white kid. And... we talked about that on Discord. You and I talked about that.
I recall that. Yeah, because as we know, there's no photos of white people playing video games. Those don't exist.
None at all. Yeah, that was such a stupid replacement. It didn't make any sense for them to do that at all, but they did. And the images that they used, I think you could have licensed those images for like maybe a combined $10 or $20. I remember The Verge covered this. Verge gaming replaced gaming photos replaced skin color. Try that. It's Panasonic. Panasonic photoshopped a white man's head onto a black man's body. And the actual product was inserted. It was for those speakers that hang over your shoulders. That's what it was. Yeah, this was such a dumb thing.
Yeah. You love the possible racism that's far more work than just finding a photo of a white person. I really don't get it.
Well, and they did so many things to this image, it just made no sense.
Yeah. Or like the marketing firm was given a budget of like $12, and so they got the one photo they liked on the stock photo on the stock website for $11, and they're told they can't use that, so they have to Photoshop it.
Yeah. So Corbin, reset your window. Mike is weird.
Right.
Oh, one of these days we will find a solution to this. Somehow, some way. Welcome back.
Thank you.
But yeah, this is why they do stuff like this will never make sense. Also, some of the photos that they used are just so cringy.
I mean, it's like weird. It's always that uncanny valley of marketing, where even when they're not being racist, it's like just has a very strange energy to it.
Yeah. Well, and you gotta wonder, how often is it like, hey, we're not being racist, but we're gonna do something that's just weird?
Yeah.
or I don't know. Sometimes I guess maybe I'm wondering, are they doing it weird on purpose? Like, was this a design by committee situation where they're like, okay, if we do this thing, it's going to be racist. If we do this thing, it's going to be sexist. If we do this other thing, it's going to be this. If we do this other thing, it's going to be that. So okay, here's the idea we have to try to avoid all these things. And the idea that comes out, it's like, no, that's kind of racist, guys. By trying to not be racist, you actually made it racist. Also,
it's just weird.
I was just, you know what? I just looked at the image. I don't know. I'm sure you don't have stream open, but if you open it, I just noticed the image that I have zoomed in right now, the controller this guy is holding, the thumbstick is in the wrong place. At least I think it is.
No, that looks normal because he's got the two of them. I mean, I haven't looked at a PS4 controller recently.
But isn't the... I mean, it'd be the thumbstick on the left from where we're viewing it, but it's the right thumbstick. Isn't that a little too close to the center of the controller?
I don't know.
I know he's holding it at a little bit of an angle, but it shouldn't be enough of an angle for that. I
mean, if they replaced the face, they probably did other things here. So maybe I wouldn't rule it out. Or they actually shot this themselves and they tried to get the controller from Alibaba, and they got the Face Station 4 controller, the knockoff. But...
Okay, I'm literally holding a PlayStation 4 controller in my hand up to the screen to compare this. Oh shit. Okay, I guess at the right angle I can get an almost correct overlap. All right, maybe this is right. Damn it.
The racists were right.
That just means that they didn't change the actual thumbstick position. They still changed the color of the remote, or of the controller. It's supposed, well, maybe not in that picture, but in the first picture, it's supposed to be red. Yeah, in this picture, the controller that was in the original shot was red. It's down here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. With a much more toned down expression. Anyway. Yeah, such a stupid thing. Okay, so enough of that though. Let's see. What else happened? Do we want to talk Facebook stuff?
No. I've started just like changing the channel when news covers that, because I get it. I know they're bad. I know we need regulation. I don't need to hear the... Oh,
I was thinking about talking about Facebook going down.
Yeah. Oh, well, that... I mean, there's not much else to do besides, like I already laughed at all the funny DNS memes people made the other day. Like, that was pretty fun. And, of course, all the stuff about the Facebook employees not being able to get in the office because everything was tied into their internal systems.
And they ended up having to call somebody out with an angle grinder to bring down or to unlock the door.
Sadly, the angle grinder thing was false reporting.
Oh, was?
But, yeah, but they still had to like forcibly open whatever server cabinet something. But no, they didn't break out the angle grinder, sadly.
Damn.
Yeah. Fake news lets us down again.
Yeah. How dare they? Well, in that case, I will just leave it on the simple joke that I made previously about every minute that Facebook is down, democracy heals just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I can talk a little bit about this, and then I probably need to start getting ready to leave for my movie. because I want to get food before then. But
How
I
dare you?
finally wrote a blog post about my process of updating my Nexus Tools installer, as Austin mentioned that. Because I don't know, I thought this might be helpful for anyone who looks at like Bash scripting or Dart or anything. Because I had this. So Nexus Tools was like this Bash script that basically broke every time I tried to do anything to it. Because Bash scripts are not really meant for what I was trying to do. They aren't like super intended to run on. It's so funny. This is exactly like web development, right? Because like I make the code, and then I like kind of just assume that the interpreter on the other people's computer is going to follow the code roughly the same. But just like web development, there's always a larger chunk of people than you want using such an old version of whatever is interpreting your code that it screws up all your plans. And my issue is that not only was I trying to make a Bash script that worked on different operating systems, but most of my users were coming from Macs, and I didn't have like a Mac that was easy for me to access. I finally sucked it up and fixed up my Mac Mini back there, but for a while I didn't. And also, Apple was on. I like vaguely knew about this, but I did a little bit more research for this article. But macOS still ships with Bash 3.2, which was released in 2007. And they do that because after that version, Bash switched to a GPL v3 license, which meant that Apple would have had to, of course, release the code for any changes they made. And I guess they just didn't want to deal with that. So they just kept the old Bash. And eventually they switched the shell to ZSH. But ZSH scripts are different. They have different syntax. And yeah, like it's mostly like extra stuff. So like Bash scripts would mostly work, but again, it's like great. I need to test for more garbage now. So I switched Nexus Tools over to a command line Dart application because Google lets you do that. You can make Dart apps that compile to Windows, Mac, and Linux, which are also all the platforms that are supported by the Android SDK tools that this installs. So that works out perfectly. So it's kind of cool though, because this was the first time I used Dart in like a somewhat important thing. This gets like 1,000 uses a month roughly. So if this would have broke, I would have been kind of mad at myself. But yeah, like I did most of the development on Linux, and then I revived this poor Mac Mini back here, and I tested on there, and it basically entirely worked. Just my code that I tested on Linux, that was nice. I just had to change like where like how it gets added to the system path. That was really it. And then because it's Dart and it supports Windows, I could add Windows support. And Windows needed a good amount of changes because Windows is pretty different from Unix. Yeah. But it mostly just resulted in a lot of if Windows do this, anything else you can do the other code, which is fine. Another issue I kept having with Nexus Tools is that I basically had to, Bash scripts, they don't really do anything themselves. They just call applications already on the computer. And so I was kind of limited with what I could do unless I wanted the person writing this to also install other things, which is a pain. But of course with Dart, I can just integrate it all into one binary So it downloads the zip files and unzips them all itself, which is kind of cool. The Windows version is nice. You know, it downloads the Windows version of all the Android SDK tools, and it offers to install ADB drivers, which you need on Windows. And considering I haven't got a single bug report for the new version yet, and the installation numbers are roughly the same as what they were before, I'd say it's working for everyone, so that's nice. One thing I was really concerned about was all the security stuff Apple's been doing with macOS for the past couple of years, where you really need like executables to be signed. I believe you kind of need like an Apple developer account to get access to some of the tools you need to create trusted applications. But I guess none of that applies to command line tools, because I didn't have to deal with any of that. I even tried it. Like I saw a couple things where people mentioned they'd made like simple GUI apps, and it worked on their machine like without doing any kind of signing or anything. And but because there's apparently like a switch in the file, and what would happen is that if they uploaded it to a web server and then downloaded that file, so it's like resetting all the metadata for the file, then it would show up a security alert. But even when I did that, this is fine. And again, I haven't had any complaints that it's broken yet. So
yeah, macOS does a few clever things that are also a pain and very sneaky. We'll just say that they're a pain and very sneaky.
Yeah, like I was preparing to tell people running it from the install script, or just doing it in the install portion, to like turn off whatever security measures involve that, just because like I can't deal with it, and I'm not paying $100 a year for this, so turn off your security stuff for like 30 seconds, please. But that didn't end up being necessary. And the part I'm most happy with is that, so when someone runs Nexus Tools, it's just like one command. Like you don't actually download like a Nexus Tools app. It's just you paste a line into your terminal or command line or whatever, and it just grabs the text file from GitHub and then runs it. And that's really not safe, but it's fine. I don't want to hack your computer. And
he's lying.
Yeah. And, it does that just because it's a bash script. And I wanted to keep that functionality, not just because it's convenient, but also because that's like most of the places people use Nexus Tools are like guides that mention it somewhere. And this has been around for a long time, so there's a pretty big list of places that just have like the install command mentioned. I didn't want that to turn into a dead end. But it was pretty easy to just have that script portion just download Nexus Tools and run it, and then delete the executable when it's done. Which is a bunch of other installers do that, but it's convenient. I just like that I did this whole rewrite process, and when you run it from the command, it looks exactly like it did before. But now it's less of a pain for me to maintain. So that's
that
cool.
Helps.
Yeah, and also GitHub does this really cool thing where they have like a permalink to a certain file from the most recent release. So all I have to do to update the version of Nexus Tools that people end up using is just upload a new binary to the releases page, and that's it. I'm done. So that's cool. But yeah, so I'm happy with how that went, because that's one of my more popular things that I've made ever, and it was such a pain in the ass to keep that working, and now it's slightly less so that's nice. Still no one really clicks on the donate link in there though.
They never do.
No, I'm not salty, it's fine.
Yeah, No, I get it. Believe me. There was something I uploaded or posted on XDA years and years ago. It was basically a full UI framework for Windows Mobile. Yeah, never once actually got a donation out of that. My surprise level, not surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very not surprised. Hey Carson, good to have you here.
Austin said, "Do I like Dart?" Yeah, it's nice because it gives me most of the advantages of writing a native application, but I can still use like JavaScript like syntax, so I don't actually have to learn much new. It's great.
Corbin doesn't have to learn programming, is what
Exactly. It's fan, and you know what? This is my project. If I want to be lazy, it's fine. It works better than it did before.
Here's the thing. JavaScript is programming.
Yeah.
It's totally fair. If what you're doing is like making a element on a web page blink, it's not programming. You're just filling in some crappy script someone else wrote. But if you're actually using it to make real things happen, it's programming. And bonus, you didn't use Node.js, which is like, that's the evil in the world. Using Dart is okay.
Yeah, like one of the really cool things about Dart is that, it's obviously part of it is that it can run in a web browser, or most of Dart. Like if you use libraries that need certain functionality, like file system access, then like that's not going to run in a web browser regardless of what you do. But even though Dart was kind of geared towards the web at first, and it's still a huge target, like you make Flutter apps that work on the web and mobile and everything, it's still pretty good for doing native stuff, especially the compiler for making like command line tools. It just creates the one binary, and the one binary, it's not even that big. It's like, I think the executable for Nexus tools, and I use like 5 or 6 decently large libraries. The executable is like 2 megabytes. Like it's, or 2 or 3, something like that, but it's pretty lightweight. It takes longer to download than the Bash script did, so it loses a couple milliseconds compared to the old code, but it also executes really fast, because the executable, I believe it is, when you compile Dart code in this way, it is like ahead of time compilation. It's not running at it's not being interpreted in real time like JavaScript does, so it's pretty fast. I can definitely tell a difference when I'm testing something and I just run it in the Dart SDK environment, and after I compile it. It's a lot faster after I compile it. But yeah, I mean, Dart's nice. I will say with Dart, I was kind of surprised by there's some stuff that seems really basic that it doesn't seem to have a good way to do. Like there's a lot of file management stuff that I ended up having to do by calling commands on the computer. Like one really simple thing is I just wanted to, part of this process is that it unzips all the Google stuff into a folder. And then I just want to take everything in that folder and move it to the directory up. So that's really, that should be simple. That's like one easy command on a terminal. But Dart doesn't have like a good way to do that with the included IO library. So I ended up having to just run the command on the computer for moving all the files in a certain place. I know like you could, I saw something where people were doing like, they were grabbing a list of like everything in the directory and then just calling a move command on each. That's terrible, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Also, there was a. I like that the IO library for Dart has a really simple like, if this is running on Windows or if this is running on Mac OS. So they have like really good code for doing different things based on the operating system, but they didn't have a way to check the CPU. Like there's just no like part of this is I need to check that the CPU architecture is supported by Google, and there's not like a good way to do that. So I had to make a little wrapper around the commands in Windows and Unix for getting system information. So there's a couple of things like that where I'm like, this seems like it should be in in the default libraries, but it's not. But I mean, overall, it's nice. Dart has a really good Visual Studio Code plugin where like I can click the run button in code and it'll run it on the side. Has like autocomplete for syntax. And that it also has like automatic, like it'll find errors in your code, like with Java on like Android Studio. So that's nice. I don't think Visual Studio Code does that for any kind of JavaScript.
So, for a little bit ago, I was going to say, it's funny that Google is doing both Dart and Flutter, and they're doing Jetpack Compose, which can basically be Kotlin running on multiple operating systems,
Right.
not just Android, because Google now has these two things that are basically both rushing towards the same thing, which is write once, run more places. Certainly not anywhere, but more places.
Yeah.
And like maybe write once and then rewrite a little bit so you get the UI for all the places. Then you can run almost all places. Anyway.
Yeah.
What stands... I was going to say... It's so hard to tell which one anyone should be using in any particular case, because neither one's really finished, but they're both kind of, like I said, rushing towards the same place. And then you said Dart has a really good Visual Studio Code plugin. And it's like, no, there's the difference.
Yeah.
That's the reason you use it.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing with Dart is that, it started off as like an actual replacement for JavaScript. Like Google was going to ship a Dart virtual machine in Chrome, just like there's a JavaScript virtual machine. But then they added the ability for Dart to just be compiled to JavaScript, which is what all the other web languages kind of do. And they couldn't really get anyone else on board with shipping a Dart VM in their browsers. If this was happening today, they wouldn't have to, because if they just put it in Chromium, then everyone except Safari and Firefox would have it. But that was an issue back then. So,
and let's be honest, Safari would adopt it in, I don't know, let's see, 2028?
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, then it kind of just became like another TypeScript, like, oh cool, this is like a slightly more clean JavaScript that just I have to compile for JavaScript. And then Flutter happened, and it just got like so much more attention on it because it's this component in this larger thing of like, oh cool, there's a way to create applications that are pretty good on like everything, like the web, mobile, desktop. Like there's very few things that do that especially well, besides just the web, but you can't do everything in the web. So so Dart's got more attention on it because it's part of Flutter, and everyone's focused on Flutter, and Flutter has really good Visual Studio Code integration. I don't use any of the Flutter stuff, obviously. I don't really have a use for that. But a lot of that has trickled down, where if you're just doing Dart, you also get a lot of the benefits of what's been happening with Flutter, which is nice.
I was actually toying once with the idea of writing one of my personal tools in Flutter, but I didn't end up looking that close because I thought there were a few things I wanted to be able to do that I knew were a little bit more OS specific-ish. I'm not kind of wondering if maybe those are now working.
I mean, with Dart, you like I said with Nexus tools, you can just execute commands on the computer. So if there's something that like isn't in Flutter, it's slightly more work to have it running like system commands.
Well,
but
okay, my specific thing, drag and drop. I want to be able to drag very specifically the URL from a Chrome browser directly to the app and drop it right there. I don't know
if you don't need a UI, that would be a good use for a command line tool, because you can drag shit into the Mac terminal.
Right, but I need this to be a UI. Like, that's why it'd be Flutter.
Yeah.
Um.
Yeah. I mean, like I've not like I messed with Flutter for like 5 seconds, because for a while I was thinking like I really like with PhotoStack, the batch photo editor I make, it's in Bootstrap right now, which is not ideal at all if you have like a changing UI. So for a while I kind of wanted to rewrite it in like not Angular, but whatever the other thing is that everyone uses, that Facebook made. I forget whatever UI toolkit people use. But like one of those like more responsive toolkits where like I'm not typing HTML to make a button. I just do it all in JavaScript and then it makes it. And I was looking at Flutter about that for a little bit, because also then I would be able to use Dart's like image processing stuff instead of JavaScript. But Flutter runs like ass in Firefox. Like I tried one of the demo apps and it was kind of okay in Chrome, but Firefox it was terrible. So I just nope, I'm good. I like my web app that opens instantly.
Yeah.
Also, it's 6:35 now, so I have to leave. I just noticed. So.
Yeah. Come here and pitch Tech Tales and your blog post and Nexus Tools. This has become the Corbin Pitch Show.
It is. Well, it's because I had fun updating this, and this is something that's not about what everyone else is talking about. So I thought that'd be fun.
Yeah, fair enough.
Programming fun, the Corbin story. But yeah, I haven't messed around with Flutter much at all, so I don't really know what it's capable of. Besides the few times I catch like the blog posts about what changed, but yeah. And considering again how much I've learned, how great of a pain in the ass it is to create desktop applications for Mac, I think I'm good. I don't think I want to do that. If it was something I was just using, sure, but yeah.
Ooh. Oh, okay. Looks like somebody on the Flutter discussions has actually created a sample app that they didn't know for sure that they were going to get working, but they got dropped working, or it looks like they did. So I may take a look at Flutter sometime soon, just cause.
Yeah, that thing again, like with Dart, like that seems like something that should be really basic, because web browsers have been able to kind of do this for like 5 years. But
well,
also
sure,
Flutter,
the web browser, but I mean, I want to be able to run Flutter as natively as Flutter runs. I'll just say it that way.
Which is more native than Electron.
Yes.
Yeah, and also Flutter's kind of weird because like it was the native parts were really just targeting Android and iOS. So there's like, I'm sure there is some like desktop stuff that's missing because that wasn't what it was aimed for a long time.
Yeah, but they've spent the last 2 years?
Yeah,
maybe more. Well, definitely at least the last 2 years, because the sample I'm looking at was from 2 years ago. Well, okay, sorry, GitHub says 2 years ago, but it looks like it was early 2020. So year and a half-ish.
Okay.
But yeah, still, they've been working on this for quite a while. I mean, the fact that someone's tinkering with something at this level, I think they had Mac OS builds back in 2019. Could be wrong on that.
Yeah. I know they started work on Mac first.
Yeah, first was Mac, and then they extended to Linux, and then Windows was kind of their We'll get to it someday. We promise.
Yeah.
And finally, they have it in sort of like a alpha.
Once we figure out what a Win32 is, we'll get back to you.
As soon as we figure out if we have to use Win32, then we'll get back to you.
Yeah, but as opposed to just running it virtual Linux for the one app, which is what we're all. Yeah, the app just runs in a Docker container. Okay, I'm going now. Bye.
All right, later, man.
Okay, bye. Bye.
Okay, we'll switch us to solo. Woo! Okay, and that window's closed, so good times. By the way, if anyone has topics, I did not come in any way, shape, or form really prepared on topics today, except with the Twitter thing and Facebook things to some extent. And I wouldn't say I came prepared on Facebook so much as I opened a few Verge articles about Facebook. So feel free to throw a couple of things in. Oh yeah, Carson. I don't know. It has been very quiet today. I'm not sure what's up. Austin joined right from the beginning, and he's been here through all of it. I know he was driving. Aside from that, the stats have shown a couple of blips, but it's been really quiet. I don't know what's been going on. I'm honestly a little bit wondering if YouTube didn't send out notifications. Maybe. Not really sure on that. And then I don't know, actually, I guess I could look real quick. How many people are... Can I see this? Let's see. Can I see how many people are even part of the stream alerts in Discord? I know there's supposed to be a way for me to see this, but it's occurring to me that I might not actually have an actual way for that. Where is it at? Should be under channel settings or server settings, roles, and stream alerts for RambleCast. 3 people are on that. One of them is going to be me. One of them's me, one's Diablo, one's Beast Lightem. Okay. Everyone else is lazy about them. On Facebook news, is that in reference to the outage the other day? Well, so obviously there's a lot of Facebook news that hit this week. We already kind of talked as much about the outages I think we were really going to talk about, but yeah, in general, I don't think there's really that much to say on the outage itself. I mean, most of us have heard as much as I think we needed to, which is basically, yay, they screwed up the DNS. They deleted all of their record, or not all, but they deleted a lot of their records. It basically caused Facebook to be lost, and the servers that are responsible for updating those records were reliant on those records existing in order to update them. So they basically had to reset a bunch of stuff, and they got it all back up in, what was it, 4.5 hours? Something like that. It was a long enough outage that they obviously should not have had these problems. And I bet someone right now has been fired. I bet somebody else is probably being tasked with coming up with an emergency plan in case something like this ever happens again. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if almost all of Facebook is now in a, like, probably command situation where everyone has been given orders to find a way to always be able to rebuild. If anything goes down, be able to rebuild your part of the system immediately. Like, hit one button and stuff just gets reset and then comes back up. Let's see. Carson, you've never had any issues with YouTube notifications, so or just rely on those for stream alerts. Yeah, that totally makes sense. And And believe me, I'm not saying everyone needs to subscribe to the Discord alerts. I just put them there because for some people, those are so much more reliable. For other people, the YouTube alerts seem to be pretty good. It varies. One of the things that I think generally kind of helps is for people that care about the YouTube alerts. It seems like, or if only getting the YouTube alerts. If you want to listen to the live stream on the phone, that's great. But if you want to follow anywhere else, you still have to kind of muddle through YouTube's terrible interface for finding live streams. And that part sucks. So that's the thing I don't choose to rely on very often. Though I have been watching many live streams for quite a while, so different subject, I guess. Regardless, yeah, it's the option's there for those that want it. Apparently there was also a physical security issue where they couldn't access the server room for some time. Yes, that is true. Some amount of physical force was required to get in. There was originally a claim that they had to call in somebody with an angle grinder to cut open a door or the server cages or something. Corbin says that was later debunked. I'm kind of hoping that was still true just because it's funnier. It's just funny to imagine that they had to call in somebody to cut open cages. But oh well. But moving that aside, yeah, this is just one of those things. It happens to every company. Obviously, Facebook has had it happen now. I think actually a couple of times. Twitter has had some outages that were a little embarrassing. Oh, the guy who said his source was mistaken. Okay. Well, that's a shame. Like I said, I still like that notion that it had to be a necessity. But still, evidently they had to force it open, which is still funny. So yeah, they're probably having a cage replaced today. Carson, yeah, you missed the whole, first hour and a half or so was all on the Twitch leak. So I'm not going to make Austin sit through that whole thing. You may want to just go back and watch that when the show's over, whenever. But yeah, the Twitch leak I think is funny. There's I think actually a lot of minor implications, nothing that's going to be a big deal. But I do think that this is one more straw on Twitch's back, in a manner of speaking. It's one more chance for Twitch to lose users. It's one more reason why people are going to kind of look at it and say, yeah, we're just not being served well by this, and you keep proving yourselves to be bad. And upon thought, also, the whoever hacked Twitch and got into this, one of the things that I found interesting is they were very clear about basically saying, we think Twitch sucks. And obviously it's a sentiment I share, but yeah, they clearly weren't fans. And I think there's a lot to take away from that. That somebody sat there and basically said, yep, we hate this service enough, or we think low enough about the service that we're gonna break in, steal a bunch of stuff, and post it somewhere. When that happens, you know you've done something to piss off people. Yeah. If I did it, believe me, I would have also gone in and unbanned myself. Server farms are secure AF. When I toured one, we had to get weighed in and out and go through a metal detector. Interesting. I feel like the being weighed in and weighed out part is kind of dumb, because you could go in wearing something that weighs something and go back out with that same or drop the weight of whatever and then walk right back out. Likewise, what are you going to steal from a server farm? Yeah, you could steal servers, but that's not really worth enough. The thing that server farms are valuable for is the data. And let's be honest, most people who would do this, or who would want to, would walk in with like a USB drive or something like that and drop. And like you would, if you're trying to steal data, you walk in with a USB key and walk right back out with the same USB key. This probably isn't going to set off a metal detector because the amount of metal in there is pretty minimal. And yeah, I'm just thinking, oh, plus you're also going to hide it in your shoe where there is a metal plate, which is already going to set off metal detectors. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just feeling like it's a bit of a, it's a bit iffy. But yeah, it's dumb how they don't even let you archive your content if they ban you. I agree. Not only do I agree on that, but one of the things I brought up earlier, since I can't log in, they have actually possibly kind of committed some violations of privacy acts and their own terms of service, maybe, because I can't actually go in there to delete my account or remove any data from my account. So if they have my phone number on record or any number of other things, I can't actually do anything about that. So they're actually violating my rights by banning me. Which, upon thought, I'm probably going to, just to be a dick, email them and say, hey, according to whatever law that I can find, you have to delete my account if I instruct you to. At which point, I could probably recreate my account. I don't know. We'll see. I might give that a shot. That would be really, really funny if that worked, actually. Hey, you need to delete my account. This is literally part of the laws. And, yeah. That could erase the ban, effectively. Who knows? We'll see. I may try that. Let's see. What else was there? Yeah, we rattled off about what the source code means. My position is the source code is effectively worthless. We talked about a little bit about how much streamers are making. That came up. There was more. I'll let you wander through it. We also talked about a lot of other social networks and kind of goofed on a few. Since I'm a smaller streamer, I could create an account and they would never know. That's true, and strictly speaking, I have actually streamed on Twitch once since being banned. It was for the Techathon that was held last year. I was actually the one streaming about, I don't know, 15% of the Techathon, give or take. And yeah, in the process of doing that, it was me doing the streaming. I was actually on Twitch, on air, and it didn't matter. And generally speaking, I'm sure that if they looked at that, they might yell at me directly, but I don't think they're going to yell at the channel for having me on there. They just tell me that I shouldn't be in it, and I'll be like, really? So you're gonna hate charity? You're gonna tell charity that they can't have donations? And yeah, they'll say, yeah, that's not what we're saying, but screw you anyway. We're not gonna waste our time talking with you. Carson, are we doing it again this year? That is the plan. the intent. But so I was actually the one who got that ball rolling again this year. We talked about it for a whole day, and then, but the person who's supposed to be in charge of organizing it has not actually spoken up on the subject. And we're kind of waiting on him to just at least confirm he's going to be involved. But we're getting closer and closer to that sort of, that, I guess, that time we have to really get things moving if we're going to make it all happen when we want it to. So I guess the long way to answer, or that was the long answer for, we're pretty sure it's happening, but we don't actually have like confirmation, formal, it's definitely happening statements in play yet. So yeah, let's see. Oh damn it, I hate this. I click on the calendar widget that I have and it's the wrong thing opens up. Last year, if I remember correctly, I think we held it October 19th or something like that. This year, in all likelihood, I assume it'd probably be, wait, did I say October? I mean December. This year, if we're doing it, I assume it'll probably be December 15th, or it could be 22nd, but that seems like a terrible idea. So yeah, if we don't have things kind of starting to sort themselves out next week, one of the others in the room may have to kind of take over. We'll see what happens. Okay. So yeah, point is, probably going to do it this year. I have proposed a couple of ideas for what we do. Obviously there will be people playing games. There will be possibly another maybe another D&D session. I don't know on that one. There could be, what else? I have proposed this. I don't know if it'll happen yet, but do you guys like the show Hot Ones? It's the interview show with hot questions and even hotter wings. I've proposed this as an idea. What I'm thinking about doing is trying to reach out to a couple of hot sauce companies and basically say, hey, we're just trying to put on an event like this. Would you guys be up for providing sauces? It would be good content. Exactly. I'm not sure exactly what kind of questions or interview stuff we would do, but, or if we would do it more like, I forget what the name of, so Hot Ones has had 2 spin-off things. One of them where they just ask people questions and it's an actual trivia show, and this is for like the non-celebrities. And they also had another one, they also have another one which is the, I can't think of what he calls it, but it's the one where they bring on celebrities and basically just ask them questions that they, Truth or Dab, that's what it is. You can either tell the truth or you can eat a wing. I'm thinking a mix of both would be a good touch. Like, start with maybe a discussion or just basic questions and get people just started on sort of the lightweight sauces, and then move into a truth or dab situation and be like, okay, anyone who thinks that they can handle some serious heat, we'll put you through the fire. And I'm down for this. I'm entirely down for this. So yeah, I kind of want to reach out for that. We've talked a little bit about trying to get a couple of companies on board to sponsor the event in some capacity or another. Let's see. Yeah, we're throwing around a few different ideas and things. But again, all of this has only really had one day of discussion, like, what, 2 weeks ago? Quickly looking. Yeah, it's been about 2 weeks since we discussed it. So, yeah, the fact that nothing's been said since leaves me kind of thinking I need to get the ball rolling again. Austin, yeah, you said it last year, and I know we definitely talked about it last year. I want to do this year. Part of it too, last year it was a little too late for us to really get it organized. And one of the bigger problems too with last year is I raised the topic of doing it, and like half of the people basically just said, well, not even half, it was almost everybody said that they were not into doing hot sauces. This year, I think we could get a couple more people involved, a few more people involved, and as long as we got like 4 people, I think 4 people involved would be enough to make it work. So we'll see. I do definitely want to get something going though, because I think this would be a lot more fun to have this sort of thing. It's a bizarre thing. It's something people will tune in for. If we all market this as, hey, we're gonna have on such and such people to do a hot sauce challenge kind of a thing, like, that's something that you can post on Twitter and people will show up to watch. People definitely want to see this kind of thing because it's stupid, it's funny, it gets people involved, it's good. So yeah, I really want to do this. I think it would be a good move. And I've actually got some ideas on even design and style for how we can do this, but yeah, anyway, we'll see what happens. This is definitely a segment I want to see happen this year. I think a D&D stream would be kind of a given. Though, who ran that last year? Was that might have been, I think that was Evan. Maybe it was Damien. Let's see. Okay, it was Guild Dev. Okay, we'll have to maybe ping him and see if he's down for running another one. Let's see. I don't know what other my mind's blanking. I guess we need to idea storm some other segments too, because games did okay. There were people around to watch some of the gaming, but there were segments of that stream where literally nobody was watching. And obviously you can't stop streaming at that point, but it makes sense. We also had, funny enough, and I'm definitely gonna message her about this, but when Mindy came on to just do like a general chat, for a good while that had a fair number of people watching, just because, like, a general chat that, not much to it. It was pretty simple, casual, and it worked really well. That I think we need to do again, and I hate to say it, but it was just a late night chat and there was a girl on it. I hate to say it this way, but having a girl on there just helps. That way it's not a pure all guys kind of thing. So I'm thinking maybe I'll try... Oh, no. Maybe I'll try... I've got ideas for people that I might be able to ping and get them to join. Maybe we'll be able to get something going with that. Yeah, pull in some influencers and whoever. Hey, David, good to have you here. But yeah, if we can pull in a few YouTubers, maybe Twitch streamers even. I don't know. It would be good if we could just get a couple of other faces in there. And this time, I don't know if this is a little overly ambitious, but I'd like to think that we can also get in maybe like 2 full days of streaming. I think would be a nice touch. Started on Friday and run through until Sunday. Because I think the last one was just a 24-hour stream. I think a 48-hour stream would actually be... I think it's doable. Q&A, maybe some music. I could see doing... Oh. What might be an interesting touch, maybe I'll try reaching out to an actual music producer. There might be somebody I know a couple of people I could hit up. Even like a live music set that's just predominantly music could be an interesting touch. That could be a good Saturday night kind of. Well, maybe not. I don't know. I'll think on this one. But it would be kind of neat if we can get a wider berth of people. Obviously, being that we're calling it Techathon, it would still be very tech focused, but it would be kind of interesting if we could get multiple names with a little bit of a wider net. So I don't know. Let's see, I'm quickly looking at a couple of names that we already had in the room, but they didn't show up last year. And notably, like you, let's see, who mentioned Max? Austin did. Max was actually supposed to be part of it last year. He's on the server for it, and then he just kind of did nothing. He was scheduled to be on, I think, 2 of the different segments, and then he just kind of pieced out and didn't respond to messages for a while. So we'll see. Maybe he'll be on, maybe he won't be. I've got a funny feeling. I'm sure we'll get him to promote it, but I don't know that he'll necessarily show up, because that's just kind of how things go. David, jeez. Watch me write the movie post live. There is no way in hell anyone wants to see that. I mean, it might be funny watching me curse a few times at, like, where the hell is this movie actually playing? That comes up every week. I also rant a little bit about why would anyone make this stupid thing? That gets said a little bit too. But outside of that, it's all pretty boring. Let's see. I don't know. We definitely need to come up with more stuff, because last year there was a speed run of some first-person shooter. There was also Minecraft. I think both of those had like maybe 1 to 2 viewers most of the time. I'm not against those, but I think we could do better. I think the D&D session was okay, but I think it could be done a little bit more lively. and a little more spruced up. Maybe with a little bit, if we do a little bit to prepare, maybe we could even have some effects associated with it, or maybe like other materials. Ooh, if I actually might have an interesting idea for this. We'll need another person to be involved, but I have an idea. It may not be a good idea, but I have an idea, and that's what matters. Anyway, so let's see, what else is there? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna have to kick some of these ideas around for a little bit and come up with more stuff. But anyway, yeah, the goal is definitely still to have Techathon this year again. Techathon 2.0. Part of our goal is to upgrade our gear, do more types of content. Hopefully get more people on. Hopefully have better promotion for it this time. One of the things I'm gonna try to do is also talk a couple of companies into just promoting the event. Like they like companies that are going to maybe send anything in, like contribute anything to the streams, if they'll also promote the event, just so it gets a little bit more attention and stuff like that. So we've got ideas. You thought last year's was cute. See, that's the problem. It was just cute. We needed it to be a little more than just cute. And the huge lion's share of the contribution last year came from one single streamer who went around and like donated money. So our contributions were there. We did definitely get some other contributions, but it was only just the one really big one that made the biggest. That was the huge boulder that moved the needle. This year, hopefully, we draw a larger crowd, but we'll see. And like I said, I think it would be kind of neat. Maybe get a DJ to do some live music. Maybe get a couple of people, not outside the tech space, but with a little bit wider, again, a wider net. And I have a few people in mind that might be good to ask. We'll see. Could be interesting. And then hopefully by then I'll technically be calling myself a YouTuber, which would also help. Also this year, man, I want to change some format stuff. Like, I'm going to push very hard for a few formatting changes that'll hopefully help out. And I've already actually kind of started a little side project that'll be related to that, but I'll show that later. I'll show that later. Let's see. Sponsored by AP. I might see if I can get them to maybe tweet about it, but I don't think we're gonna be approaching Valnet with any of this stuff. And this time I'll be the only person, presumably I'll be the only person from AP that's a part of it. I might dig around and look for other AP writers who are interested in joining, but we'll see. It might also help if we're grabbing a couple people from every site, and if we can get like a couple of larger names, who knows, maybe we'll maybe I'll try contacting. I'm just laughing to myself at this idea. Maybe I'll try contacting like Dieter Bone or I don't know. Oh man, if I could get Josh Topolsky, that'd be awesome. Get them on a truth or dab kind of situation. Oh, get people to sign stuff and do an auction. That could be interesting. The only catch to something like that is it would have to be people who are pretty big. Like if I could get it, like, okay, MKBHD, Dieter Bone, yeah, if I could get them to sign stuff, maybe. I don't think anyone's going to be that enthusiastic about something signed by me or oh, who else would I don't think anyone's gonna be looking at signatures from Jules or Adam Conway or some of the other guys. Oh, if MKBHD signed a Frisbee, are you kidding? You could buy a Tesla for what that would auction for. But yeah, he probably would actually. I mean, I'm half kidding. But yeah, that could actually be something. You bid on a Cody beanie. You're awful. Also, I don't know how I would sign this. Like, this wouldn't sign at all. I suppose one of those, maybe one of those die markers could maybe do it. Better I could, wait, do I have it over? I could always go with this style of beanie and sign that. It's more of an actual cold weather beanie. Oh, you bid on me removing the beanie. This is taking an unusual turn. When one of these days I have to start a merch line, because that's what every YouTuber is required to do. Maybe how much for Artem to make an appearance? Dude, you don't have enough Teslas for that to happen. Yeah, when I start a merch line, you know beanies will have to be part of it. Oh, Carson. You'd bid on a signed APK. I love that. It's just funny enough to be good. It's awful. I love it, but it's awful. Oh geez. Anyway, yeah, we'll have to kick around some ideas. Hell, I may have to come back and rewatch this part of the stream just because some of I should have been writing all this stuff down, but yeah. I think we'll have to do more stuff this year. Just to sort of up the game. Plus, I think we can get more people involved. And just by virtue of getting more people involved, we'll want to extend it out to maybe 2 days. I could see maybe not like a continuous 48-hour stream, because it did seem like once we hit, I don't know, like 2 a.m. on the West Coast, probably, at that point, things really trailed off into kind of nothingness. Damn it, I dropped something and it rolled down on the floor. Ah, there it is. I've told you guys how I'm always fiddling with stuff. Right now I've just got 2 bouting balls that... Okay, I can't do it properly when I'm sitting like this, so but I'm just screwing with him like this or tossing him back and forth between my hands right now. For those that don't know, actually, if you feel like carpal tunnel's coming on, like, pro tip here, get some of these. And they typically, like, you typically find those ones that jingle. Those are terrible. Don't use those. They're annoying to everybody. But just get 2 of these. They can be like large metal balls, which I know is a funny thing to say, but yeah, this is a great exercise that actually really clears up carpal tunnel or other RSI feelings in the wrist. It is incredible. Let's see, it was 16 years ago when, yeah, it was 16 years ago about, I was actually having trouble sleeping because my wrists hurt so bad. David, I knew that was coming. But my wrists were hurting so bad, I actually couldn't sleep very well. And I thought, okay, I'm obviously going to have surgery done. Like, there's no question to it. It's just a matter of when I get it done. And I read so I tried a couple of things that were supposed to cure it or help it. None of them worked. And then I read somewhere that just spinning these in your palm for some period of time kind of relaxes the muscles, and it kind of strengthens everything. And so I had actually seen, this is when I had just moved to Vegas too. Coincidentally, I had seen that, or I had passed by this like stand in what used to be known as the Aladdin Casino. And so I drove back over to that place that night and bought the bouting balls that they have. Turns out that advice was dead on. Ever since, like, if I ever start feeling any sort of like carpal tunnels issues kicking in, I pull these out, or the ones I used to use, and spin them around for a while. It's not super comfortable for a little bit, but it eventually kind of, you get into it. And yeah, the symptoms go away. It takes a few days, but yeah, it really helps. And then I can go for usually months at a time and not really need to use them. I don't need to use them right now, I just feel like it. But yeah, absolutely, this is the solution. And it kills me because I've met so many people who are like, no, I don't want to try that. Or they complain, like they tried it for 5 minutes and then just never did again. And it's like, no, this is like working out. It's like going to the gym. You have to actually use them for a while. But once you do, you're golden. Like, this fixes it. Anyway, by the way, I'm not a doctor. This is not medical advice. Blah, blah, blah. Disclaimer. So, that being said, this worked fantastically for me. No guarantees, but almost. And David, you hear carpal tunnel really hurts. Strictly speaking, it does when it gets bad. And there is kind of a point of no return where it can get so bad that you really kind of can't just do something like this to kind of come back from it. But yeah, it can hurt. It's more like a persistent ache that kind of gets a little better or a little worse as time, or like time and weather, temperature, how you're using your arm, all these kind of just trigger it more. And I mean, I had not the worst case. There are some people who have it way worse, but yeah, this absolutely, it's something you definitely don't want if you use computers all the time. And I mean, I was programming, I was typing and using a mouse all day long, and I managed to recover from it after a couple, well, let's see, it took, I would say, almost a week. Well, it took a couple of days to notice some improvement. It took about 2 weeks to reach the point of saying, hey, this is like, clearly this solved my problem. I could still feel a little bit of discomfort and ache in it, but it was only occasional, and it usually went away without too much trouble at that point. And then at 2 months, I'm not even sure it took 2 months, I couldn't even tell. Like, there was no sign left of carpal tunnel. I had full mobility, my hand worked great, I couldn't feel an ounce of pain. It was awesome. So yeah, for real, if you ever start feeling it, or even if you don't and you just kind of want to be careful, get some of these. They're awesome. And you can get them pretty cheap. I went and specifically bought some that were nicer. These are actual like stones that have been shaped and polished and stuff like that. Just because I wanted something that was kind of neat and a little more custom. I want to get some different ones because these are just a little bit small for my taste, and they're let's see, yeah, David, you said these look like they have some heft, and they have some weight, but I want heavier. I want something that's like a couple millimeters larger and maybe a third to 50% heavier, because I used to use, I actually don't know where they're at now. I used to use 2 large steel ball bearings, and they were definitely larger than this. Those things, like, that's advanced level, heavy duty. Like your arm actually gets tired holding itself up to spin them. But man, they were good. Anyway, super interesting stuff there. But every once in a while I drop these, and since they're round balls, naturally they hit whatever and promptly roll off, down, wherever, and end up in all kinds of places on the floor. Thus, every once in a while I have to reach down and dig one out. Anyway, so let's see. What are we gonna talk about? We can go to Facebook's whistleblower situation. We could go to the Facebook outage again. I kind of wanted to hit Facebook outage with Corbin just so we could more joke about it. I don't think there's much for me to say about it individually, though. Let's see. So what else was there? Quickly skimming over articles to see if any of these have anything particularly interesting. I don't know, unless, oh wait, and there was also Austin proposed Android 12. Let's see, what about, okay, there have been a few interesting things that have happened with Android 12. We'll go there, and then maybe come back to Facebook if Android 12 does not hold up. So, with Android 12, for anyone who has somehow maybe not caught up on all of this, it hit AOSP, was it Monday? I think it was Monday. Or was it yesterday? Pretty sure Monday. Anyway, so it just hit AOSP. They all, for those that don't know, the Pixels are not going to be getting it right away. Evidently, they're going to have to wait a couple of weeks, or in the following weeks, or something to that effect. So in all likelihood, and I'm seeing more and more evidence pop up that this is the case, they're saving it for the Pixel 6 launch. So presumably, now reasons aren't known, but presumably it will probably the updates will probably come out either the day of or shortly after the Pixel 6 is announced, like the formal announcement. Which, yes, we do now have a date, October 19th. I'm trying to think if there's any... I'm trying to think about what I cannot say. Because I have seen a tiny bit of embargoed information. Not much, but I'm... Oh wait, no, that wasn't embargoed. That was just a guess. Still won't talk about it, but there is a guess for what day shipping is supposed to start. And it was based on something that was kind of embargoed, but not exactly. Anyway. This is the first time in a while that the Android release was after iOS. Really? I guess it was, yeah. I guess that makes sense, because typically the Android release happens first, like practically end of summer, beginning of fall. Then iOS and a new iPhone come out, and then the new Pixels usually follow that. So it's always kind of this cadence of pop, 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 like 2 to 3 weeks apart for each event. Which was actually really good for the news cycle. Too bad that won't continue. Yeah. So anyway, I do think we're probably gonna see. I do think we're gonna see Android 12 probably rolling out to devices or to Pixels in, I guess, probably October 19th. I don't think we have a formal official date. It just seems like that's the likelihood. And I'm still kind of leaning towards the theory being that they've already baked in some features to the Pixels that if they launch them now, they wouldn't. It would spoil some surprises. And they're probably Android 12 specific things. So if I'm right about that, it would explain why they don't want to release that until October, or sorry, until the Pixel 6 has been announced. That would really track. It would make a lot of sense given the circumstances, but we'll see what happens. What else was there? What else was there? Oh, custom ROMs are already being built on Android 12, and people are installing them. So there is that. In fact, if anyone was checking Twitter earlier, let's see, is it still trending? No. Android 12 was actually a trending topic on Twitter for about 20 or 30 minutes that I saw. And very possibly might still be. Who knows? But let's see. Nope. Not, well, it's not currently in the what's happening box. It might be in the expanded list. Nope. Yet OnlyHands is. There currently hashtag OnlyHands is trending, and it's people taking pictures of their hands, which is interesting. Yeah, you're right. It was a personalized trend to some extent. Though, you know, personalized trends still mean it's trending to a reasonable degree. Oh. I just saw that Hassan is trending, and it's because someone is responding to the fact that they make more money than people thought they made. Oh no, it's terrible or something. Wow, people are making money. It's awful. Can't have that in today's society. I say this as a person who doesn't, so, you know, there is that. But anyway, I see a comment is about to come. OnlyHands seems like something the FBI would get trending. would get trending, really. That's... I could kind of see that. Little fingerprint grabbing scheme. Anyway, but let's see. So Android 12, what else was there? I know supposedly XDA is claiming that they have a really big leak coming, but I don't know what that's supposed to be. I could probably bug somebody about that and find out, but it's kind of not worth it to me. And I don't know if they're prepared to talk about that, or if the person I know is prepared to talk about that at all, but let's see. Okay. I'm quickly skimming through tweets to see if there's anything interesting. Oh, apparently, according to Michal at XDA, there's a pre-order promotion that ends on October 27th. So that is... Wait, why are you... Oh. I have this on the wrong window. Okay. There we go. So, if anyone's planning on pre-orders, and you're going to be trading in something, or is this a trade-in deal, or... Okay, what is this? General release dates. This says the 27th. I don't think that's something that's going to be cleared up in a teardown. Okay, where does it mention... Where are they getting that this is a promotion? Oh, wait, is that from... Never mind, that's from the previous post. Looks like facial recognition may actually be available on the Pixel 6 if this German ad is to be believed. Oh, okay, he's just talking about what the ad says. Alright, well... So, pre-order promotions starting then. Yeah, that would track. Usually their pre-order promotions do stop as soon as the devices start shipping, so I guess it makes sense that they're probably going to ship the 27th. And that is very, very similar to the presumption that I heard. I'm not going to get specific, but yeah, the guess that I heard did have roughly the 27th as the target date for shipping. Though I did hear one or two other hints that it could be plus or minus a day. But none of those were based on anything firm. They were guesses. Let's see. And his previous tweet was teasing it. Okay, so XA still has not revealed whatever their big oh my god thing is supposed to be. Let's see. Carson asks, is it Corbin? I'm not gonna say. I'm a little scared that all of these shopping leaks have been non-US. I wouldn't say I'm scared about it. I know that's not necessarily the term you really mean, but what strikes me about that is typically when the shopping specific leaks happen in the US, it's almost always either from a carrier or like 10 times more likely it's because of Best Buy. I'm thinking that this year, maybe Best Buy I'm sure Best Buy will have a Pixel 6 to sell, but I have a feeling that maybe Best Buy's just not being clued in. Maybe that was the thing. Google decided, oh, you're saying shipping leaks. I don't know that I would hold that as much of a thing. It's not impossible for Google to coordinate with multiple countries to ship the device on the same day. I mean, there's no basis for that. It's just a logical kind of thing. They very much could coordinate multiple countries to be able to ship devices all on specific dates. Had to wait an extra 2 weeks for the 5 in the US. Is that true? I kind of thought it might have been a little late, but I don't remember other countries getting it 2 full weeks ahead. At least not intentionally. I'm trying to remember. Most of the 5 really did not trigger with me. Like, I mean, I was there for it happening, but I didn't get the phone, so it didn't sit in my memory at all. Anyway, oh, the millimeter wave units, that's right. Okay, that kind of does make more sense. Anyway, that may be true, but I have a feeling the Pixel 6, like I made this theory before, I wouldn't be surprised at all, not even in the least, if Google has already run every single contingency on this phone. I think the goal here is to not have any screw-ups. I think they want to make sure that this phone comes out and it looks good, it sells good. They don't want shipping times, like lead times on shipping, to be 3 months out. I genuinely think Google is throwing money at this in a way that they want to be recognized as serious. They don't want this to just be, well, here's another phone from an also-ran. Like, they want this to be a phone that people actually buy. And so they're marketing it heavily. If all the rumors are true, the price is actually going to be a lot more accessible than people expected. They're pushing all of their biggest and best features into it, or at least most. They're talking up all kinds of stuff. I look at this and I can't help but think that this really strongly indicates this year they're taking it seriously. I think they want this to be like the point where Pixels become genuine devices. And part of that's going to be coordinating your releases, making sure that people in whatever countries you're going to sell to, I'm not going to try to presume that they're going to start selling to, as I'm trying to think of different companies or countries to name, every single one that pops to mind is someplace where they're probably not going to sell them. I was about to say, they want everyone in Russia to get it on the same day as everyone in the US. Oh, wait. No, they don't. They want everyone in Zimbabwe to get it at the same... No, wait. That's probably not a country they're targeting. They want everyone in India... No, never mind. But yeah, I have a feeling that they're probably going to try to get the Pixel to ship on the same day in every country. It's just better for marketing purposes. So, it to me, this makes sense. I don't know if this is necessarily something they care about, but I would. If I was running this thing, one of the first things I would say is make the devices 2 weeks early, have them ready to ship at least 2 weeks earlier, have them all ready to ship, have them sitting in boxes. The day of the announcement, they should be sitting in a warehouse ready to ship. And if anything goes wrong, if we have any delays, okay, then we still have this built-in buffer so that we can still deliver on time to every person that's going to be wanting one. I'm too optimistic about the Pixel 6. I don't think I'm being optimistic. I'm saying, believe me, this isn't me being optimistic. This is me just hashing out if I was going to do this, I think these are the things that I would be doing. And everyone has talked about how much money Google is laying out to make the Pixel 6 happen. We've seen the advertising. There's tons of it, which is neat. Like, cheers, there should be. We've seen all the signs that they're putting money into it. That's the plan, but this is Google. Exactly. But that's kind of what I'm saying too. I think if someone were to put me in charge, and Google, you have my email address. It's actually with you. Contact me. I'd be happy to be in charge. Yeah, you know, all things considered, if I were in charge, the first thing I would say is, all right, get the device done, have it manufactured, whatever your lead times are. I want it a month earlier, or 3 weeks would probably be more ideal. Get those devices to me 3 weeks early. And that way, when someone inevitably calls and says, oh, hey, there's a ship stuck in like the North Atlantic and it's carrying all of the phones, or like it can't get through a canal, or oh, hey, there was a problem where our first batch of phones, the screens didn't adhere correctly when they were being heated, so we're actually we're gonna have to redo some of these. Like, I want to be the person who says, see, this is why we asked for extra time. This is why I said 3 weeks early, because now we have 3 weeks to correct every screw up. This is a small ask. I mean, it's a big layout of money, but it's a small thing to ask. It's a logical, rational thing. When they, you know, and again, if I'm in charge, I'm going to say order more. We don't just want 2 or 3 million. Obviously, you don't need to deliver all those on day one, but you got to have a phone that you can readily sell in meaningful numbers. You have to assume that with the amount of money that they're putting into advertising, they have to be planning to sell more Pixel 6s than any previous Pixel. It doesn't make sense to say, all right, let's spend many millions of dollars more than we've ever spent before on advertising a phone, if you're not planning to also sell more phones. And yes, this is all a risk, but we are talking about a company that has money that they can risk. So take the risk. Take the phone, put it out. Take the phone, buy it put in an order for 3 million phones right out of the gate. Worst case scenario, you're not going to sell every last one of them. Oh well. Over the next year, you will. You're going to have to order more of them. So put in an order for more of them right up front. I mean, I used to work at a bar, and I know that this is a bad example, but bear with me. I used to work at a bar, and after a few months, I got put onto a shift that by nature of that shift, it was just the one that did the liquor order. And we technically had 2 shifts do liquor orders, but whatever. And the thing is, I also worked as a bar back on weekends for the nightclub. Every single weekend, Friday night, we would run out of usually Jägermeister, typically maybe even a couple of other things, every weekend, consistently. So, and this is something everyone complained about, and there were a few times that this became like a rush issue. We were scrambling to find every last ounce of Jägermeister in the bar. And this would happen every weekend. So when I got put on this shift to start doing liquor orders, the first thing I said was, you know what? I'm just going to add an extra 2 bottles of Jägermeister. It just makes sense. That way, every weekend on Friday night, remember, Saturday is a whole nother night, and they would have to do a Saturday liquor run every single week to account for the fact that they ran out of multiple things Friday night. So I'm sitting there like, I'm just going to add some bottles to this order. First time I did it, they just didn't buy them. They went, they got as many bottles as they normally got, came back with them, and I'm like, this isn't enough, but okay. So the next week, did it again. This went on for 3 or 4 weeks. And finally, I managed to get the guy who actually went and did the buying. And I basically told him, look, every single week this happens. Every week. Consistently. You're always having to go and do extra liquor runs on a Saturday. And I know you might want to do it, and I think that was part of why this was happening. But we got to have extra bottles of Jaeger to cover Friday night. Every week this is happening. And it took a little bit. It actually took a lot of convincing. But finally, I made the point, look, even if Jaeger suddenly becomes the least popular liquor in the world, just tomorrow, people find out it's poison or something. This wasn't in Vegas. This is when I was living in Roseburg. It was in Oregon before I moved to Vegas. I'll say it that way. You'd like a keg of Jaeger? Yikes. So much sugar. I could not. But also I hate black licorice, so that's also a thing. But anyway, I'm sitting there talking to him and basically saying, look, it doesn't matter how unpopular Jaeger gets. We'll sell it. Okay, so maybe it doesn't happen tonight. Maybe it won't happen this weekend. What's the worst thing that happens if we buy 15 bottles of Jaeger? Because our normal stock at that time was, I think, 5 or 6. And I'm sitting there going, let's bring it up to 10. Let's always stock at least 10. And the answer that I got is, we don't need that many. And my answer back was, who cares? We'll sell it. If we don't sell it tonight, if we don't sell it Friday night, if we don't clear it out on Friday night, big deal. Then comes Saturday, we'll still have to buy more of it, but then we won't have run out Friday night. That's money that we won't have lost from people who don't buy from us. That is a product that we have available. The same applies with the Pixel phone to some extent. If people go to order a Pixel 6 and they see a lead time of literally 3 months, how many people are going to say, you know what? I just can't do it. I can't wait 3 months to get a phone. They're going to go buy something else. And okay, that's probably a small number, but it factors in. Now, what if Pixel 6 sales are not astronomical on day one? Okay, so what? Google will still have a bunch of stock. They're gonna sell over the next several months. That's the worst case scenario. And Pixels have universally done at least 3 million every Pixel, except maybe the 5. I don't think we know on the 5. But we know every other Pixel has done 3 million plus. Not counting the A line. I don't know how well those have done. But we know the 3A did really well. But if they know with reasonable certainty they're going to be able to push at least 3 million units, why not order 3 million units? Just have those for day one. Worst case scenario, some people are going to come along later and say, worst case scenario, 4 million people come along and say, hey, we want to buy Pixels. All right, cool. 3 million of those will ship on day one. Or probably first week. And when another million people are sitting there saying, well, we want Pixels too, that's great for Google, because that means that their launch day, they're going to be pushing 4 million units, or selling 4 million, and hopefully pushing the other million pretty quickly, which manufacturing turnaround is going to leave them kind of screwed. But if I was in charge, the first thing I'm saying is, if you want to do a big push, you got to have enough numbers to fill it. So do I think that they're going to have enough to fill every order? No, I don't. But I don't think we're going to see 3-month wait times. I think worst case, we're going to see 6 weeks. Let's see. So yeah, like I said, I don't think I'm being optimistic about Google. I think I'm just being practical. Again, with how much money they're spending, it would be stupid to fall apart on something as simple as having enough stock. And again, I think if they're shipping in one country on a particular day, they want to be shipping in all countries on a particular day. That one may be a little bit less of an issue, but I tend to think that it makes sense because it's good for advertising purposes, or rather making use of the advertising that they've done. Let's see. There will be some wait time, especially with that many SKUs. I do agree on that. I think there's going to be specific things, like certain colors are probably going to run out super fast. I know that this is going to sound a little crazy, but I think the largest capacities are also going to sell out really fast, because I think a lot of people are looking at that camera going, oh my god, we're going to take so many videos. Even my spoken grammar sucks sometimes. But yeah, I do think that we're going to see certain SKUs selling out faster than others. But to be fair, I also think Google's got at least enough information that they'll be able to say, all right, we think a black phone with the largest storage space, or the larger storage space, that's probably going to be a big seller. So they're probably going to make a lot more of black than they are the other colors. I could be wrong, but I think it's a fair guess. But still, yeah, okay, some of these might not sell out. You know what they can do with the ones that don't sell out? Give them away as prizes. If one of them turns out to be kind of the loser of the bunch, the redheaded stepchild, if you will, that's the one that, cool, we'll give these away as rewards for hackathons, and like, they can be replacements. I don't know, maybe they can even, I doubt they do this, but in theory, maybe they could even do a thing where they strip off the shell and put a different color on it. There are options for any leftover stock, but there's not an option if you leave people sitting there going, oh, I could order this phone that I actually need today, and I could wait 6 weeks for it, or I could just go order a Galaxy S21. Like, if you, or an iPhone, if you're sitting there going, hey, I don't want this thing if it means waiting 3 months to get it. That's a bigger loss than anything. Google can afford to sit on a little bit of stock that could then be part of, again, promotional giveaways, prizes, whatever. They can afford to sit on a little bit of stock. That's a better choice than nothing. Silver 6 Pro apparently has a 1 to 2 month delay in Taiwan. Cheapest Silver White 6 Pro will be the biggest seller. That seems very specific. Let's see. Also, 2 models, 3 colors of each, 2 storage sizes. So we're talking 12 SKUs in that group. And then some will be millimeter and sub 6. Yeah, I wonder if, because there are obviously carrier variants, I wonder if the carriers are going to get all the colors. They might not do that. It's possible some of the carriers will only get like 1 or 2 of the colors. Let's see. Really quickly going to slightly earlier comments. Austin said, someone claims Best Buy already has stock on the Telegram group, but you're skeptical. I would be too, because Google has never shipped out stock this far ahead of the announcement. I don't think. They might have. I feel like they might have with the Nexus 5 for some reason, but I don't think Google has ever shipped stock 2 weeks ahead of the announcement, which is a week or more ahead of the launch or the actual ship date. For Best Buy to have it 3 full weeks ahead just sitting in a storeroom, that's awfully early. In the past, Google has had it out there. I know in the past at least once one of the Pixels, or maybe Nexus phones, didn't show up until literally like 2 days before they were supposed to go on sale. And I think the longest I definitely remember was like a week and a half. I don't think they've ever gone 3 full weeks or more. So that I'm skeptical about. Let's see, David. Can imagine Best Buy might get the display phone and merchandising materials by now, but can't see them getting stock this early. Yes, that I'll agree with. Well, okay, I'll agree with that, but with a bit of a caveat. I don't know that they would necessarily have all of that stuff there now, like in the actual individual stores. What I would bet on is that Best Buy corporate has this stuff, and they're probably checking it for sizing, making sure it all matches their display standards. I bet they've already cleared that hurdle, and they might have even taken it to a store or some stores to test it out. I don't know if they even do this, but I'm assuming they do. So maybe that's what they're seeing. But yeah, I genuinely doubt stock is just going to sit there for 3 weeks in their storage room waiting to go out. Let's see, David Lama. Maybe that's why they always have Black Friday deals on the Pixel. I think that's just timing. They've always had them because it was kind of expected, and they always do deals, which I think at this stage everyone is in thorough agreement is a terrible idea, and Google should not have actually done that. I'm very much of the opinion that that's a terrible idea. Instead, do a bunch of pre-orders and literally come right out and say it. I know Google won't do this, but they should. They should come right out and say it. No Black Friday deal, or just announce it up front. If you don't get in on the pre-order, we'll make the same deal available for Black Friday. Whatever the pre-order deal is, we will give you that same deal on Black Friday through Cyber Monday. Not anymore. It's not going to be any better or any different. That's it. Now, I know some stores are still going to try to Black Friday, that like add their own incentives for Black Friday, but you shouldn't be getting a substantially better deal on the Black Friday sales than you do on a pre-order that happens basically a month to a month and a half before Black Friday. That's not a good practice. So hopefully Google is smarter than that. And I admit, this is where my optimism, if you're going to call it that, this is where it would definitely drop out, because I think they'll screw it up again this year. Austin, you doubt it. You think France is only getting black, dark gray. That's possible. I mean, when it comes to colors, I would not be surprised if that's where they cut corners on big shipping, or on shipping units. I think straight from Google you will be able to get all the colors and in all the variations. But when it comes to support for like millimeter wave, sub 6, stuff like that, where it's basically going to come from the carrier, I could see carriers getting shortchanged on colors. And internationally, I mean, yeah, I could kind of see colors being limited internationally. I think that sort of sucks, but you can live with it. That's sort of an acceptable sacrifice. Austin, Google sends reps to do the measuring and in-store advertising. I know that they do, but what I mean is, I'm sure Best Buy, when they're planning out these things, I'm sure Best Buy has their own people there who are going to receive a lot of this stuff and check that everything is actually basically up to standard. Let's see, Austin, I absolutely agree. They really need to say something about fire sales happening on Black Friday. Yes. Yeah. To me, that is just the inexcusable. They have to do something to stem the narrative of everyone saying, oh my God, please, like, don't make us have to wait 5 to 7 weeks so that we can buy the phone at the price that it should be pre-sold at. Like, please, seriously, this should be a no-brainer. And that way, for the people who are saying, hey, I want to wait until reviews come out, I want to think about it, I want time to consider this, for those people, they feel like they're not going to miss out on the pre-order. For the people who are sitting there going, I need the phone right now, and I feel like I need to also wait until Black Friday so I can get the better price on it, those people can also say, yep, I'm just gonna wait, or I don't have to wait. I can just buy it with the pre-order and know that I'm not getting screwed. These two things need to happen. Both sides of this, the people who want to wait and the ones who don't want to wait, should both feel comfortable choosing whichever. That's the smarter move, and it works so well, and I think customers will be happier about it. Apple does not screw with people like this, and it has worked for them. Google needs to follow this same thing to get people really on their side. So yeah, if they just come out with a very clear statement of the pre-order deal will be the same on Black Friday, or phrase it however makes the most sense. The Black Friday deal, we're pre-announcing Black Friday, it will be exactly the same as the pre-order special. That solves it. And frankly, if I were them, I would actually just say, you know what, we're doing an early Black Friday deal that actually starts with a pre-order. So if you order now and running all the way through Cyber Monday, it will be the same price the entire way through. But after Cyber Monday, the price goes up, or whatever offers or deals that they're giving away. Those all go away once that time period elapses. Do that. I get that it means probably making a little less money on the phone, but man, your customers are so much happier. They will be elated if they feel like they're not getting screwed over by the phone or by ordering the phone. Not only that, I think you actually end up making more sales this way. Because again, if somebody is looking at ordering the phone, consider if they feel they have to wait in order to get a good deal, there's a chance that they skip it. They might just wait. They might decide, hey, you know what? I'm just going to go get a Galaxy phone instead, or an iPhone. If somebody feels like they missed the good deal, and then they're doing a price comparison and saying, okay, well, now I need to go buy this other phone instead, because that other phone might become the better deal at that point. As you start adding up these scenarios, it's a good way to lose customers. But if you give people a good long period to try to sort of resolve these issues, and they can wait for reviews, or they can order right away, they've got the same deal through the whole thing, that solves the problem. Right there, that solves the problem. Everyone is happy with this scenario. So, yeah, I'm sorry, but I do think that they're screwing up. They could do this better. They haven't. But the Pixel 6 could be their big turnaround point. I'm hoping. All right. So I don't know. Is there any other angle on this one? I'm not sure that there is. All that being said, I'm gonna be sitting there refreshing the page when the Pixel 6 announcement occurs. So that's happening. Regardless of pre-order deals and whether or not Black Friday's a screw you situation again, I'm gonna be there for day one orders. Probably shouldn't be, but it's happened. Settle on Black 128. No, I don't think so. Yes, definitely Pro. Pro, Black, and the large storage size. I hope 128 is not large. Do we actually have storage sizes? Do we know for sure? As far as I was aware, we were still guessing 128 was this. Was that the small? Pixel 6 storage sizes. Okay, so okay. Well, this is the ultimate in take this with a grain of salt, but Tom's guide says that the rumored sizes are for the Pixel 6. I keep saying Pixel 6 when I really mean Pro. But for this regular 6, 128 and 256. And for the Pro, it's 128, 256, and 512. So the Taiwan ad had the Pro starting at 256. I mean, if anything, this discussion is really hammered on the point that they might not be shipping the same things to all places. It's possible Taiwan is just not even going to get the 128 as an option. You have a feeling we might get a 128 with millimeter wave Pro to keep the cost down? Could be. But Okay, anyway. So, for sure, I'm definitely going Pro. Because the extra camera. 100,000% that is for the extra camera. I want that telephoto lens big time. Let's see. I'm gonna go with black. I've gone over this before. I actually like some of the colors of the Pixel 6. Both the 6 and the Pro. I think they both have a couple... They both have at least one good color option. It's not my favorite. In fact, this will spawn another topic in a second. But there are colors that I would accept, except I'm going to put a case on it. And if you put a case on a phone, the colors almost always peek through. And I know that this is a small thing, but I don't want those colors peeking through. If I'm going to put a case on a phone, if the case is colored in any way, it's going to look really bad if the phone underneath is peeking through. Like, let's say, for example, let's see. Okay, so here is my Pixel 4 XL. This is currently wearing a Nomad case. This is nice dark leather case. Now, I know that this is not really an issue because it has the moment mounts up here, but the camera cutout on a lot of cases usually shows just a tiny little bit of the color of the phone underneath. Not only that, but some cases, again, this one happens to not be a problem with this, but, well, I'll show you in a second. But on the front of the phone, it's just the glass. No big deal. It covers everything that isn't glass, so none of the color would pop through there either. To be fair, though, there are speaker grills right down here where the color of the phone would definitely show through. Not that that's a big deal. I mean, at that point, that's nitpicking to unnecessary levels. But if I didn't have a case that covered as much as this one does, that sucks. Then I don't want little bits of color poking through when I've got a dark leather case on. I don't want bits and pieces of anything showing through with all the different color choices. Not that I'm going to go get a yellow case, but if you got a yellow case and then you've got little bits of pastel blue showing through, that looks terrible. It's going to look dumb. So I don't want that. So yeah, that's why I'm going to go with the black phone, because I'm going to put a case on it. And the fact of the matter is, if it's a black phone with any color case, it's going to look fine. The black just kind of disappears and you get the case color right there, and that's it. So yeah, I got to go with case, or with black or dark gray, whatever it is. As far as size goes, I am undecided between 256 and 512. I'm kind of waiting to see if this decision gets made for me. Or what the price difference is going to be. I imagine that's $100 price difference, so tenable. But if the Pro ends up being pretty expensive and it starts high and it starts at 128, so it becomes like a... if it ends up being $100 to upgrade to the 256 and then another 100 for the 512, and I don't think it will be, but if it is, like, as you start piling that stuff up, if the 6 Pro at max capacity gets too expensive, then I'll pass. Then I'll just take the 256. But I don't think 128 is going to cut it. So yeah, I'm not gonna go to that size. The thing is, I plan on doing a lot of video with this, so it's gonna chew up storage quick. So much so that I'm not confident 512 is even quite gonna cut it. But that's where a second part of my plan factors in. I'm gonna start experimenting with wireless storage. And if wireless storage works out well, then I may not have to care about storage space in the future. That would be awesome. But again, we'll see. So I love how sites already have up Pixel 6 specs as if they're correct. Like Phone Arena, come on now. Guys, you don't know. Yeah, there's the not announced marker. But yeah, they have up specs as if all of these things are confirmed. None of this stuff's confirmed. There's a possibility of admitting a mistake. Oh, jeez. Okay. Ugh, Phone Arena. You make me ew. So I have a NAS, but it's something that sits at home and isn't going to be traveling. My hope is that I'll be able to actually pop this thing, hop into a car and do a fair amount of shooting and other stuff, all without over multiple days. That's kind of the idea, and I'm gonna try reaching out to a couple of companies about this. I actually want to. I have ideas for a couple of articles and videos. Actually, a lot of videos that will be kind of around this and similar things. You shall see. This would be the moment that Diablo, if he were here, would hop in and give us some hype emojis. Anyway, yeah, use the OG Pixel for backup. The thing is, I also don't want to have to rely on mobile data for everything. Not that that's the biggest issue, but it's a factor. You know, I'd like mobile data to still be reasonably non-abused. And more than that, actually way more than that, I live in Oregon. If you were to look at carrier maps of coverage areas, they're going to make it look like all of Oregon is covered. All of Oregon is not covered. AT&T coverage map. We'll try searching Oregon. Yeah, let's see how honest this is. Oops. Okay. We'll just hop to Roseburg. That's easy enough. Okay. So it's loading in coverage, blah, blah, blah. Wow, it takes surprisingly long time for this to load in. Okay, so this general area is pretty good, and I would expect it to be. Because this is near the city I live at. Okay, so let's go out just a little bit. One of my favorite places to shoot is right in here. You may not be able to see it, but right next to the legend, there is a city. Oh, I haven't transitioned. Whoops. Okay. Okay. So, I'll show you later because this thing's loading so slow. I don't want to try to go back to it now. But you see right next to the legend, there's a city called Glide. The place I like to go out shooting a lot of stuff, like a lot of the review photos that I take actually end up being shot. You see this road running up through the middle. Oh, damn it. That zoomed way too much. Anyway, this bend right here, this top point, that's one of my favorite spots, give or take. Like, I guess it's a little before that. These are some of my favorite spots for shooting. You see how it says Like, this is nice, full blue. It should be getting 4G LTE. Bullshit. Bullshit. Full on epic levels of bullshit. This does not have any LTE coverage. This does not have coverage. So, right about that spot where it says Idlewild Park. Oh wait, no, sorry. I got the name slightly wrong, but still. I would pass Idlewild Park, drive just slightly past that. That's my shooting spot, right past that height, that bin. All of that, it looks like it should have coverage. It does not. Cell service completely drops out. It's gone. AT&T absolutely does not have coverage there. I know. I've stood out there and watched. I've held my phone up in the air like, look at that. No bars. Nothing. So, not that I expect to be out of service that much. Did the FCC release a mobile LTE coverage map? Well, that's a good thing to check. Let's see exactly what they have to say about this. We'll literally just Google search that one. Okay, FCC coverage map. Go to mobile map. Sure. Provided to assist in viewing 4G LTE coverage as of May 15th, 2021 for AT&T, T-Mobile, US Cell, and Verizon. Okay. Great. Let's start getting in on Oregon. Wait, okay. Whoa. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that's closer to honest. How about... that's wrong. Okay, so if I turn on voice, it shows it covering this whole area. Let's, yeah, popping it on and off, it shows it covering this whole area, just not these blotches down here. Definitely wrong. I cannot make a call anywhere through here. This whole area right here, definitely no chance at all. You will never be able to make a call in these spots. Not with AT&T. And I say never, but yeah, whatever. Oops. I clicked off of my channel, so I missed that. Yep, that's the same one I'm looking at. Thank you for that. But yeah, so this is 100% BS. Now, that's for calling, switching over to data again, because our topic here is being able to back up photos. And I'm just bringing this up because this is a spot I go to frequently. So here's the thing. Now we back out. Oh, sure. We'll just leave it at this level. Now, when you start looking at it in this context, this is data for AT&T. That is a lot of no data. Need to carry an external 10-foot antenna? Totally. This should be LTE coverage at a predicted 5 megabits per second. Data was provided by the carriers and used a FCC specific map generator. Okay, I grant that, but it doesn't change the point I made earlier. It's wrong. Like, the map is just wrong. I mean, sure, it's a little closer to right in here. This is plausibly-ish. Like, it's definitely not as reliable as this is making it out to be. There are more dead spots than what you're seeing here. But regardless, this isn't even the point I'm trying to make, but there are a lot of dead spots even along the road. It's definitely not as good as it's made out to be here. In fact, really, I will also say leaving glide. In fact, yep, here's the bridge. It is this specific. There's this little bridge here. I'm going to turn off the color for this. So you see this little waterway running through. I know that bridge well because right about the center of the map here, that's where, at that point, YouTube music cuts out. You cannot reliably stream music from that point on. Now, because YouTube music caches some data, you're going to get further than that. But if you try playing anything past that point, probably going to start cutting out. If you have a good amount of on-device storage, you're actually going to make it fairly far. You'll get a little bit more service here, but it's not good. It's maybe enough to stream on. Maybe. But, yeah. It goes south real quick. And again, I mean, you don't have data. I mean, I've driven this whole road a few times in the past. I used to drive it all the time for college, which is far enough back that it wouldn't really be a fair comparison anymore, but there's no cellular service through this whole area. And notice, you may not have noticed it, I just turned on the voice setting too. It's not here. You don't have voice service anywhere along this road. Not that that's important to this discussion, just pointing it out. Data kicks in a little bit way over here. This is pretty bad. So, who would think the carriers would report accurate data? Nobody. Let's see. Now, how much difference does the phone make, especially with voice? Do you mean... Well, okay, I know what you mean. Like, some phones perform better than others. That's a factor for sure. I've tried this with multiple phones. This is definitely a thing with multiple phones. Now, for what it's worth, too, I want to just kind of point this out because I want to be fair. Like, this isn't AT&T's fault. Let's get back over here to Idlewild Park. Let's turn on data for T-Mobile, US Cellular, and Verizon. Okay, now aside from this being a really ugly acid trip, we can even kind of turn some of these off. Oh, this is definitely not true, but okay. Okay, Verizon, whatever you say. Here's the thing. Let's see. Does this have a good satellite view? It probably doesn't. How about this AT&T map? What would the satellite view look like here? Oh, that's... Okay, that's terrible. We're not going to rely on this. That sucks. Let's pull up Google Maps. I want to show why. Because, you know, this is just being fair here. And this is all still not really the point I'm trying to make, but I will get there, I promise. Okay. Getting to glide, switch to that, and yeah, let's zoom in on Swiftwater Park. Okay, how about... Oh, I don't know that this is really going to show it very well. It doesn't. Yeah, this really doesn't show it. I wonder if... Wait a second. Bing Maps. Man. You can tell you're desperate when you're going to Bing Maps. Okay, we're going for not Winchester Dam. Down here a little bit. There's Glide. Ah, yes. Yes, this looks perfect. Okay. Okay. Oops. Oh, Google Earth. Yeah. Honestly, is it weird that I forget Google Earth Hat is a thing? Anyway. We can get rid of restaurants. We don't need that there. Here's the thing. This is all, like... This terrain is so uneven. It is just mountainous. It's got trees all over the place. It is just completely unrealistic to even try to get a signal in a lot of these places. I mean, you could, certainly, but you'd have to clear out a bunch of stuff. You'd have to put towers in all over the place. The road, I mean, zoomed in a bit like this, it looks pretty straight, but keep in mind, it's windy as hell. Like, yeah, that's about a good measure. You don't have any straight lines anywhere. I mean, look at this zigzag that's going on with this road. It looks straight-ish when you, in kind of the abstract, but as you get closer and closer, like, look at this. It's zigzagging between mountains. Like, there is no signal that's cutting through this. So, yeah, this whole area is never going to have signal. Not realistically. Not until some crazy deployments happen. Anyway, getting back to the actual point I was getting at is, if I were to go camping for, let's say, 2 or 3 days to a place where some street view action, sure. Let's, where was that zigzag? Oh, wait. Okay. We're not... Oh. Does Bing have... It does. Okay. There we go. Okay. This is super exciting, I'm sure. But yeah, the thing is, as you're driving through this, it does look dated, yes. Okay, we'll check out what Google Maps would look like in this scenario. All right. Where's it at? There we go. Okay. All right, let's zip to the end of this road. Yeah, I mean, you know, you've got a signal that has to go through this. Like, where are you going to put towers that are going to go around these things? By the way, this was all taken after last year's fire. It could be current, I mean, but last year's fire ripped through this area really, really bad. And so this is, like, mountainsides are gone. No, there's some burn over there on the other side too. I know. I didn't realize Microsoft was going to be this bad off. But yeah, I mean, signals don't cut through this. Sure, you could put a tower up, like, up on the mountain. You could put towers up on those mountaintops, but the thing is, I know from recent experience, you're gonna go around this corner. Forget it. You can't, okay, you can still see that one. You can't see that one over there. You lose signal so easily. Wow, someone's causing some slow traffic there. But you lose visibility of mountains super, super fast here. So you'd have to put towers up on all of these. And most of them don't have electricity. Most of them don't have a hardline connection. It just is not realistic. What's the population? Probably not worth it for carriers. Well, I will answer not many, and it's definitely not. No carrier cares about this. And why should they? I mean, I get it. I don't blame them at all. You know, you can see it pretty well from this view. Like, there aren't cities or towns in this. It's all just country. Anyway, getting back to my original point, the reason I brought all this up. No overtake lines on the road. I mean, there are power lines running through some spots. Let's see. I don't think they'd be as far out as here, but yeah, nope, they're not. Yeah, there's literally nothing. What you do get out here is there are like some ranger stations. There are some turnoffs. Let's bounce up to Tokity a little bit. Tokity would be... where is it gonna be at? There's Eagle Rock, Soda Springs. Wait, that might be too far. Oh, no, there's Tokity. So, let's see. Is this the right one? Oops. No, that's not it. I don't think. Nope, that's a logging road. Though I do remember stopping there once a while back on that logging road. Am I going the wrong direction? I might have been. Okay, we'll just drop on the actual... right next to the falls. It's really tough to tell. Let's see. No, meant like the dashed road lines indicating you can... Oh, so you can drive past people. Yes, yeah. There are a few spots. They're mixed around. I had to drive this so much for college, believe me. It's... Oops. Damn thing. Wait, there's a Tokity State Airport? I bet a plane has not taken off from there in a decade. Okay. But what I want to do is... Where is the... Let's see, walking trail from that should be along there, which means, yep. Okay. So, it was just past there. I just didn't do it quite the right way. Alright, so... Yep, here we go. This is the little off-road that goes to the Tokity Falls. Wait. Did I already pass the turnoff? No, I guess not. Is it further? Huh. Maybe looking at this the wrong way. Anyway. Oh, wait, no, this can't be for the falls. This is for the hot springs. But anyway, there are occasional things like this area where they are getting power from somewhere, but I'm not really sure where. No street lights? No. The only thing resembling lights that you're going to see anywhere along this whole way are either solar powered or they end somewhere back. I think Steamboat Inn is probably about the last spot. Oh wait, no, there's one other spot. Oh wait, no, maybe Steamboat Inn is the last one. Okay, so there's a little resort kind of, not resort, but it's kind of like a out in the middle of nowhere hotel inn kind of thing right here. It's got a restaurant and stuff like that. It has real power. And then there are some homes, as you can see, like dotted in here. Speed limit. That's cute. There really isn't one. I mean, technically, it's 55. The state speed limit is 55. And believe me, there are cops that absolutely scour this area because it's so that there aren't enough people driving it to have to really honor the speed limit. So cops love to hang out and actually watch people because they know tons of people are speeding. Okay, let's see. If you're paying attention as I'm quickly scrolling through here, you'll notice you're not seeing buildings. This is all country. They just don't have buildings here. Yeah, there's Dry Creek Store. This is, I think, the last place where there's actual power. So yeah, there's a little bit of stuff back here. And I think this is the last time you're actually really going to see power. That isn't like generator specific. After this, okay, there's the occasional like ranch or whatever it is. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing. This is just like untamed territory. There are roads, like logging roads. There are obviously this main road that goes through it, but Carson, believe me, I know. I wish we had 75 through here. It would have saved me a speeding ticket. But yeah. Oh, wait. Is this a... That could be a house, but I don't think that is. That looks more like it's probably a shop storage building or something. But you get what I'm saying. Anyway, so zooming back out a little bit. Now all the way out here, not Watson Falls, we're looking for Toketee. It should be back here. Yeah, Toketee Falls. There's a spot that I used to go camping all the time. Somewhere I can find it when I'm driving there, but I guess it's got to be this. Is this right? No, that's not it. It must be deeper in there. Yeah, it is. I think it's this road here. That looks about right. This is literally a one-lane bridge right here. And then the spot for camping should be right around here. If I remember it correctly. kind of looking for a few different things to be indicators, but yep, here it is. This is a campsite that is technically not really supposed to be known, but a lot of people know it. There's a hot spring that is a pretty tough hike. That's like yeah, here it is. Yeah, this is a spot that I used to go camping all the time. Well, not all the time, but with some frequency, enough that I knew the place well enough to get there. Anyway, here's the thing. There's no cell service here. Not even close to cell service here. All right, let's see if I can't find this on the actual maps. If I can find Clearwater or Watson Falls. We'll just look for Clearwater and kind of follow that road up. Oops. Try Clearwater, Oregon. Okay. Yeah. And I've heard that Verizon gets service, and that looks to be about the case. Damn it. Okay. Come on. This map is janky. We're going to zoom in one step. There we go. So, should be about the center of the map. We'll turn off Verizon. Turn on AT&T. I'm just going to turn AT&T on and off, and you can see that tiny little bit of something. Those little spots where it kind of comes through. That's it. This is why I don't want to rely on cloud storage. Because if I go camping, forget it. I'm never going to get service. This is one of those things where you have to drive out. Like, make a point of driving out, like, half hour, 45 minute. Actually, wait. Would a half hour even do it? Oops. Whoa. Why does this thing... This is the worst map. This is Google Maps level of dumb. It's attached to the scroll bar and it's killing me. No, Clearwater, Oregon. There we go. Okay, so if we zoom out and... Okay, so if I pop out and drive probably 20 to 25 minutes, I could get into this area and theoretically get data. But as previously discussed, data is super, super profoundly unreliable in this area. And this is very possibly a lie. So yeah, anyway, the point remains. I want to have other methods of storage that do not rely on me using the cloud. That's a must. So yeah, a phone with extra capacity, external drives or wireless drives, anything like that, kind of necessities. I mean, it's enough of hassle just to get power. Getting a cell signal is not happening. Anyway, I have talked about this for a weirdly long time now. So, I'll switch to, I don't know, some other topic. Or, it is almost 6. We're going to presume for a second that, that the, brain is temporarily turning off. We're going to assume that the 15-minute warning already happened. So getting into 6 may be kind of our cutoff. But talk about Facebook. What else is there to say? I guess there's... Well, okay, so two news items did pop up. There's the reputational reviews. I didn't read that one yet, but I'll look at it in a second. And then, of course, the whistleblower report. And it's... I mean, it's what we already knew, that the Facebook algorithm is basically trying to build or it's trying to keep people on the site or motivate them back to the site by featuring content that's going to anger people, that's going to get people riled up. We've now had a whistleblower come out and just straight up say, yeah, they're absolutely doing the thing everybody already thought they were doing. And yes, Facebook is basically being the evil. And we already knew this. And let's be honest, it's the same as, we've seen every social network of any kind do something to this effect. YouTube very much made a clear effort to feature certain types of thumbnails for a while. And they typically, YouTube really featured automatically, like this was tested by people. YouTube had a tendency to identify thumbnails when hot women were in them and would make a point of showing those to people. They would make a point of featuring thumbnails that had bright, very, I don't want to say clashing colors, that wouldn't be right, but a lot of very bright, vivid colors. So next time you're looking at your YouTube thumbnails in the recommendation engine, ask yourself, how many of these have insanely bright, intense colors? Chances are most of them. Though it's not as bad now as it used to be. They've clearly fixed some of that. And some of that is also on the channels. Obviously, channels have figured this same thing out. In fact, even at AP, we've had this discussion where it is recommended that all of our hero images should probably also be big, contrasty, bright colors. Because people do tend to click on those more. They spot them. If you have something that's a bunch of muted colors, it does not get the same clicks. But as it goes, may as well leave on the picture of our whistleblower. As it goes, I think everyone kind of knew at some extent that Facebook was doing this. The thing that kind of bugs me about this is it also gives a bad image to all of the other social networks that, yes, they're doing things to sort of feature some content over others, but they're not necessarily doing it maliciously. And I would argue Facebook is actually doing it maliciously. They're very intentionally, very purposefully pushing content that is objectively bad. And they know what they're doing. So, to that extent, I do think that we should... I think Facebook needs to be held at least partially accountable for this, because it is an act against the public good. Normally, I would say, look, it's a company. They're just doing what makes sense for the company. But in this instance, it's really no different than dumping toxic sewage in someone's neighborhood. They're doing something that is against the public good. They knowingly are doing it. They can prove that they were knowing, or it can be proven they were knowingly doing it. It is an intentional act of harm. And yeah, it's making them money. This is one of those instances where they are guilty. They're plainly and obviously guilty. So there probably does need to be some sort of, I don't want to say a punishment, but a regulation on them. Unfortunately, like I'm not usually a fan of that kind of thing. I'm a little bit of the mind that the government should not be stepping in on something like this. But in this instance, like, look, they knew they were doing it. They're trying to be bad. So yeah, I'm kind of okay with seeing something happen to Facebook as a result. That being said, what worries me is, again, this is going to blow out on all the other social networks, the ones that weren't doing bad things. I mean, sure, Twitter is not a saint, but I don't see any reason to suspect Twitter for having tried to make things worse. at most, I think Twitter could be argued as guilty of not trying to make things better, but it doesn't seem like they've gone out of their way to specifically feature content in the anticipation of making people doom scroll. That does not seem to be a thing. I think at most they're just featuring more and more of the content that people seem interested in, which unfortunately happens to be a lot of the same content, but it is what it is. Let's see quickly. I'm going to close all those tabs that I just had open to maps. So YouTube does that. Where's the slap on the wrist? But again, I think the issue with YouTube is if you go to YouTube, and right now I have it set to my, I'm on the account I don't use to watch stuff. So all of these videos are pretty much just random picks mostly. But like I've watched a couple of Julie Nolke's videos. I've watched a couple of Philip DeFranco's on here, but most of the stuff here should be relatively innocuous random picks. And when you look at this, here's the thing. I see more muted colors than I thought I would. But when you look through this, I'm seeing pretty much normal stuff. A lot of this is just very entertainment oriented. So, like, where's the bad here? I don't, and obviously this is just the top featured recommendations, but then we head down to COVID news. It is relevant. I'm not going to say some of it isn't maybe aimed at, I don't see anything here that screams fear-mongering. Nurse who received the first COVID-19 vaccine in US gets booster shot. Woo, okay. The thing is, if we were to look at my personal account, what I think we're going to find is it's a whole lot of stuff that's not going to be, or we're going to find it's a whole bunch of stuff that is generally aimed at me. And that's kind of the whole point. If it's all generally stuff that's aimed at me and not stuff that's aimed at like fear mongering or pushing a narrative, like if that's something that they were actively doing, where is it in these recommendations? Because I should be getting it for stuff that's also like on an account that doesn't really have a watch history. I should be getting weird recommendations that are basically like aiming to antagonize or push some buttons. I'm not getting that here. Though there is, I'm noticing a lot of Game of Thrones stuff, which I gather maybe there was a recent news thing about Game of Thrones, because I know they've got the prequels in development. But, and to be fair, I do see a little bit of this stuff kind of hopping over from my main account. But still, I'm not seeing stuff that's fear-mongering. I'm not seeing a bunch of political stuff. I'm not seeing anything antagonizing. Besides maybe a few channels that I'd like to block. There are one or two of those slipping through. But actually, I should really block those just for the hell of it. Anyway, that's the whole thing. I don't think Facebook is, or sorry, let me restart that. I don't think YouTube is particularly guilty of trying to antagonize people and make things worse. They're just looking at what you watch and saying, hey, want more of this? We'll give you more. We can't wait to give you more of the exact same stuff you just finished watching. If you start watching a channel that happens to feature cyanide and happiness, they're going to give you a lot more cyanide and happiness, as honestly should be government mandated. If you're watching Smosh, you know what your recommendations are going to be? more of Smosh. If you're watching, let's see, we've got a lot of Netflix recommendations here. What the hell's that about? Jesus, the further I go, the more it is really the same videos, though. But that's the whole point. The more you go digging into this stuff, the more they just want to give you the same stuff. Twitter, I mean, it has trending topics, but there's an algorithmically explained logic behind trending topics. And you can pick apart a lot of other social networks. They all have something there to kind of try to feed you more content. But Facebook, I remember, let's see. I don't know if this will actually work, but I'm going to quickly look. I don't want to dox somebody in the process of doing this, but let's find a video posted by somebody I know. Just any of my friends. A lot of friends posting photos and memes. I do not see many posting videos. I'm scrolling surprisingly fast, and I'm just looking for that video indicator. Wait, is that one? No. Get there. Wait. That's not really it. But what you're shown on Facebook are pretty much decided by your friends list. Yes, that is a part of it. But okay. I shouldn't, but I just saw this and it was too good not to. It's too good not to. So I'll just leave that there and everyone can take that in for a second. But yeah, if I'm just scrolling through, what I'm looking for though, I'm looking for something very specific, because this has happened to me dozens of times. I have clicked on a video shared by a friend or something that they reshared, and within 1 to 2 videos, no matter what it was, one of them I literally remember, it was a cat video, or maybe it was some other cute animal, whatever. It was a video. It was just a cute video. 1 or 2 videos later, literally 1 to 2 videos later, you could see it in the playlist, was a Ben Shapiro video. And the very video after that was white nationalist propaganda. Like straight up propaganda. Let's just go into videos. Let's see what happens. So random thing about police pursuit dash cam video. Here's, I'm guessing this is a scientific thing. By the way, I don't know who these people are, so I'm thinking this is just random videos. Let's see. Any from people? No? Those are from liked pages or whatever. Is there a way to see your friends' videos? I'm not seeing anything that looks like that. Yeah, okay, that's not finding me what I'm looking for. And I don't know if this would necessarily happen this time, but that's the whole problem. That's why I've looked at Facebook and I thought for a long time there's something fishy here, because I could literally just open Facebook, click on, like, look at someone's video that they shared, and lo and behold, there's hardcore, deep, like crazy political stuff. We're not even talking like just like sane arguments or, you know, barely sane arguments. We're talking full on crazy people. Okay, the only videos I'm seeing are from sponsored crap, which I don't want to click on those either. It is now that I'm discovering that all the people I know do not shoot video. Also, wait, is that... Do I know her? She looks familiar, but... Oh, yeah. Yeah, YouTube will definitely feed you junk eventually. I do agree with that. But my issue with this is that there's a difference between feeding you junk and pushing you to junk. Like, you know, you're just going to go through a bunch of videos, and if you, like, at a certain point, if it stumbles you onto junk videos, okay, it's just trying to feed you a bunch of stuff and see what you're into. Or maybe, like, it kind of went down an algorithmic whoops. Facebook, I don't think was taking that trip. I think Facebook was very specifically saying, all right, what is this person into? Oh, this person leans left? Let's show them a bunch of content that's right-oriented. Oh, here's a person who leans right. Let's show them the craziest left-oriented content that we can. Or, you know, and obviously then show them the most extreme thing that's on their side. That's the problem. If your friend shares a garbage video, the algo is going to do the same. Yes, that's definitely part of it. And yes, there is definitely a thing where they're going to keep, they're going to keep, like, featuring the same crap because they think you might be interested in what your friends are interested in, but it doesn't persist like that. Let's see if I open. I'm just curious if this is going to produce what I think it will. Okay. I'm not seeing any good examples of this right now, but again, I can't find anything my friends have posted. And when I say friends, I should point out, I am talking about Facebook, so I don't actually really have too many friends on here. I have acquaintances and a couple of friends. I basically avoid coming back to Facebook. Oh geez. Though all that being said, I'm also feeling really cringy just looking at the videos, or just seeing which videos are being recommended to me in general. Facebook really has a theme with what they recommend, and I'm gonna be honest, it feels like it's meant for 60-year-olds. And yes, part of this is some of the people that I have on my friends list, but part of it is more of a, wow, the world left some of this stuff behind. Like, I'm not comfortable showing on stream some of the video thumbnails that I'm seeing. Because I'm not saying that they would get my channel demonetized, but a couple of them could get my channel demonetized. Also, Unbox Therapy somehow showed up, which, ew. So, yeah, ew. There's a lot of ew factor doom scrolling Facebook videos. I'm closing that now. Carson, too many old people on Facebook. Yep. Yep. Let's see. David, Facebook is trash. You agree, but it's really about what you follow. That's the point. I don't follow conservative stuff. So why am I being fed conservative videos? I have friends who are conservative, but why should Facebook be presenting that to me? Oh, dude, he can just be super cringy. And just in general, like, he knows even substantially less about the stuff that he talks about than a lot of other YouTubers who generally already don't know a lot of what they're talking about. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm just saying the content, like his videos, I can't watch. It feels like I'm watching. It feels like the few times that I've tried watching his videos in recent-ish history, it was kind of like watching improv theater, when the improv actors have not learned to like what level they should be at, if you know what I mean. Or kind of like watching Broadway actors try to act in a movie. It's just too much. It's way over the top. I support some over the top, but it's way over the top. Isn't that guy scandalous? I know he has had some incidents in the past supporting, I think it was Slick Raps, and I think he did endorse some hinky like crowdfunding campaigns, but I don't know that he's had anything like, not Flossie Carter levels of scandalous. I think he's just generally kind of been cringy. But I can't say that with certainty. I don't really remember. Again, I've kind of really tried to tune the guy out, so I can't say with total certainty. Let's see, David, what do you want them to show? You watched a trash video. Naturally, it will show you another trash video, though. That's what you're trying to say. But that's the thing. I didn't watch trash videos. I mean, I watched a cute kitten video, and then it takes me to Ben Shapiro. Facebook, I guarantee, is filled with tons and tons of cute animal videos. Why would it, in two stops, it's trying to force a Ben Shapiro video on me? How? Why? No algorithm would logically get to that. I had never watched a Ben Shapiro video on Facebook before that. I had never searched for or looked him up on Facebook before that, though. Sometime later, I did actually specifically look up the channels, because I found out you can see how much investment that they have put into buying ads, and when you see how much money his company has sunk into ads, holy crap, it's sus. It's highly sus. But yeah, the thing is, if the algorithm is there to feed you stuff that you're watching, it didn't do that. I'm not watching all the crap that a bunch of hardcore conservatives around me are watching. I'm not watching really anything that should have ever led me down a road to a Ben Shapiro video. Why would an algorithm do that? It does that when they're trying to have it do that. If you tune an algorithm to make that happen, then it's going to happen. That's what I'm saying. There is a difference between an algorithm that's feeding you what you've been watching, more of what you've been watching, and an algorithm that says, hey, you know how you watch that one thing? We really think we want you to see this other thing because it's gonna antagonize you to be angrier. It's going to push you down this rabbit hole of hate, because hate is a more effective thing than enjoying a cute animal. So yeah, that's the difference I'm making here. And a whistleblower has evidently, like, this was all stuff I said several months or a year ago, whenever it was, because I was complaining about it when I first noticed it. Now we've got a whistleblower literally confirming this is exactly what's happening. So, you know, there is definitely something here. And yeah, I mean, like I said, every social network's doing something, but I don't think they're doing it to the level Facebook is. I don't think they are out, like, intentionally going out of their way to make sure that you see content that is going to antagonize you. That is a different thing. And then, yeah, Facebook's ad transparency is probably the only thing that I would actually credit them for. That being said, they're not, I wouldn't call it transparent so much as if you know to look for it, you can find it. But if you don't know to look for it, good luck. It is buried. So, I mean, it was an accident I came across it. But once I did, that was enlightening to see how much money, I can't think of the name of Ben Shapiro's site now, but however much money it was, or whatever site it was an astronomically high amount of money to be featuring each and every, well, not each and every article, but a ton of the articles that were getting posted from his site. Every one of them had huge ad spins. It way more than they could possibly have ever made from actual profit on ads on that site. I mean, literally, it's impossible for them to have made as much money as they were spending in advertising, which just further confirms the obvious. They are getting propped up heavily by donors and political party. But yeah, anyway, so I don't know what else. I don't think there's much else to say on that. That's a short version Facebook evil. Actual Facebook evil. And like I said before, and it's the joke that I'm gonna keep sitting on, every minute that Facebook was down, democracy got to heal just a tiny bit. Unfortunately, it's back and death by 1,000 cuts resumes. So let's see, the other thing, and I think unless anything really great comes up as a topic, I think this will probably be the thing to end on. Facebook reportedly slows feature development for reputational reviews. I haven't read this yet, so I'm kind of doing a quick and dirty skim. But, so Facebook is slowing down the release and development of some new products and features to make sure they won't bring more scrutiny towards the company or harm children, according to a report. The reputational reviews come as Facebook is facing backlash, blah, blah, blah. I want to know what they are. Recent public action statements. In September, the company announced it's pausing work on a version of Instagram made for preteens, blah, blah, blah. Wait, okay, so is this actually going to say what they are? Yeah, okay, I guess not. Oh, and the Wall Street Journal is going to give me a paywall. Wait, where's the paywall? Oh, they changed their paywall. Okay. What the hell are reputational reviews? Okay, that's the post I was on. I'm not going to go to Fox Business. Let's try CNET. Maybe they'll explain it. Oh, wait. Oh, this isn't... Oh, they're just... Okay, it's an internal thing. They're reviewing their reputation of their products. Okay. I thought this was going to be a feature. The Verge title was... Facebook reportedly slows feature development... Oh... Wait, wasn't it a different title in here? Because when I first read it, I swear it was different. Wait. No, it wasn't there. Okay, I must have misread it. Yeah, that's my fault. Well, kind of. I can see, like, this reads like it could be talking about a product or feature of Facebook, but yep, okay, I get it. That's one of those where it's just like the language makes it make sense. So okay, whatever. There's no story there. I don't know. Is there probably not much else? I did open this thinking that maybe there would be something to this, but Apple making it easier to delete accounts attached to third-party apps. I'm assuming that this is kind of like the same as the email thing, where they want companies to just implement sort of a like sign in by Apple sort of feature. Let's see. Yeah, basically that's exactly what it is, but you'll be able to delete accounts. I don't see this actually being very successful. They're saying that you'll basically be guaranteed to be able to delete accounts, but that's a policy thing, not something they can actually force. So, yep, this is irrelevant. So, yeah, anyway, I think I'm pretty much out of topics, and I can feel my voice hit the wall a good while ago, so I can feel it going. But let's see, what else is happening? The quick follow-ups. As I take a quick look and make sure messages, nothing important has come up. So let's see. For this weekend, I'm may return to Watch Dogs. If I can find something else, I'd like to. I mean, Watch Dogs is okay, but I feel like it's just not gonna be that interesting. It feels very repetitive. What else is there? And it feels a lot like Cyberpunk, but like low-end Cyberpunk. So what else is there? I don't know. I may look for other game options. I also have... I'm gonna try really hard. I don't know that I'll have time, which is the problem, but I will try really hard to actually get a bunch of photos taken, and might do one night as a photo edit stream, because makes sense. Because I also will have at least 2 things that I need to do reviews on, in addition to the review that I'm almost done with. So hopefully, yeah, I could very possibly have a few things stacked up. And so yeah, that's about as far as I've thought of or planned for this weekend. But should be on both days. I can't think of any particular reason I won't be. I think that's about it. So yeah, hope to see everybody there. But with that, thanks everyone for coming by and hanging out, giving me people to talk to, keeping me talking. You guys are part of the conversation, and I love you for it. Let's see. Again, come join this weekend if you can, if you're feeling it. If you're not feeling it, don't come by. That's okay too. As usual, we'll chat in Discord. If you've enjoyed the show and feel like supporting, throwing a little bit towards the channel, helping keep it going, there are links down below for Patreon and Streamlabs. Both of them actually function, I believe. I think. I checked them once. And with that, I hope everybody has an awesome rest of the week. Hopefully the news will remain as comical and ridiculous as it has been for the last couple of days, because I think we're all kind of enjoying news that's stupid. Who doesn't? And let's see. I guess we're 2 weeks away from... I will finish on this point. We're 2 weeks away from a Pixel 6 announcement, so... Well, technically, a week, 6 days, but hey, whatever. So we'll see if maybe some interesting, maybe, I don't think we'll do a live stream or anything, but I think I'll be around for watching live. Obviously, we know a couple of other people will be. So yeah, hopefully we'll all see each other for that. But with that, I will say good night, everybody.